Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue our Barbarian today, but we also want to try out another Necro build, the Army of the Dead one, with a bit of mythic juicing. First though, it is all about the Barbarian, who's currently 1 hour old. Yeah. A Barbarian is a baby. We juice some gear into it here, like you can have the 1 hour playtime. Right behind me, and we just boosted the character easily to Torment 10 yesterday. I mean, we could do Torment 12 already, but I just enjoy like flying through Torment 10 currently. Then we're gonna jump into 12, and then we're gonna farm some more materials, keys, whatever. And honestly, the Blood Whirlwind Barb is something that is just so effortlessly stupid strong that I feel like Barb's like illegal. I mean, Rob's been quiet about nerfing other classes this season. I guess no one wants Barb to get hit with a hammer at some point. This has been completely overtuned. I mean, seriously, what is this? We're gonna farm some war plants today for this character, so we're pretty much gonna start our day relaxed with some war plant pumping, discussing our other builds that we want to do this week and next week, because there are a bunch of off and on meta builds that we still need to try, including a Druid basic skill build. Not sure if we can actually make a Necro basic skill build work as well, because the Shard of Rathiel in Mythic is quite potent. And I have a Shard of Rathiel in Mythic. Which is always fantastic. First pit of the day done. Boss. Oh shit, I'm bleeding. Oh, that you see, like boss just vanished. It's like the level of stupid that you like kind of put down with Barb. Tell me that's okay. Next one upgraded. So I got 3 runes finally to legendary. Haven't had a single one before. It's about time. So we cleared that all out. Now let's sell the things. Improve life regeneration. Oh, Iron Shrapnel. Finally, your skills that create Iron Shrapnel, Earthquakes, or Dust Devils deal increased damage. Yes. Yes. Because I've been playing here this Edgemasters aspect that we don't actually need. Nor... Wait, we got Fury Generation, Fury Generation, Fury Generation. And we still need some more. So we're going to Edgemaster for Heavy Hitter. That's what we're aiming for, because this is going to make our Whirlwinds fly out with even more kavoom, and that's just amazing. Exactly what we're looking for. So what did I say? We need a Helltide, right? Let's see. What Helltide and how long is it? 19 minutes. I could be clutch because I need to get 750 cinders in no time. I guess I could just do portals. Yeah, you know what? We'll just do portals. It could be simpler. Here, let's just do portals, and preferable like just try to overlap them, huh? Probably get like profane mind cages involved as well. Ultimately, we would try to like find multiple portals and just overlap them. But even if we don't, we'll be fine. Now my Dust Devils you see here, they're pretty much hitting all these opponents and they're instantly bleeding them. So they impact them for a lot of damage, right? But also the damage they impact them with makes them bleed. Which is probably one of the biggest damage juicing that we have here then. It's not only just the hit with the attack, also that bleed. It's doing a lot. And since we're pretty much max trying to crit things, that just works nicely hand in hand. Okay, I wasn't planning to die to elemental damage. Definitely have to upgrade our defenses on this build, because we can't risk randomly dying. I mean, we're currently playing this one here. So we're playing the Blood Mad Idol, which is questionable because it says you're always berserking but take 200% increased damage. Well, you know, that's like semi risky, maybe not the smartest thing to do, but I refuse to not do it because it's just so much damage bonus, right? I refuse. Your Whisper's done. Okay, we have here the war plan, right? Greater Helltide Harvest, 750. The sounds are horrible. What is that? What do you mean? Dread. Please precise your problem. We're saying the quality of this sound is horrible, of the in-game sound. Because Diablo has always like some weird in-game sound. Like, I don't know what it is about Diablo. I just turned it off for a second. But Diablo has some like, I've been trying to work against this for a while now. Diablo has some heavily weird, distorted sound that I could never figure out. Like this is across like all the streams, right? No matter who you watch. Diablo has some really flunky, weird sound. That seems awfully broken. I mean, you do obviously have the whoop whoop whoop, the shouting, and you have the whirling. Almost scrappy, yeah. But this is Diablo in a nutshell. So I've been investigating this for such a long while now, and I'm generally thinking about like there gotta be some custom equalizer settings that you could apply to your Diablo to make it sound good. Because it's the same with Rain of Arrows. Here, Dread, let me actually show you. So you have this one here, right? The whirling plus the shouting, and as you say, the shouting is exactly which is awful. But then you get the Rain of Arrows rogue, for example, that goes like for bow twangs, like the, and these bow twangs are exactly doing the same as what you have here with the barbarian happening. It is so like I have no words for how weird that is, but it is just that weird. Mr. Warlax, you're asking me about my political opinion of American politics while I am, let me check my notes. Oh, European. I mean, you don't want to know what I think about your American politics in any capacity. Also, make it a habit to not, comment on politics I don't live in. Because, well, I have to suffer through it. Well, I actually do have to suffer through it proxy, but you know what it is. No, Dratskung, you're completely correct. Diablo sounds horrible. Like this is like I'm happy that other people are noticing that too, because Diablo is in fact has terrible sound. There's no way around it. There's no way of like, oh, maybe you're just stupid. Maybe this is a you problem. Maybe you should get a better headset from SteelSeries. No, this is literally like an ongoing Diablo issue that you would think that a game from a AAA company like Blizzard should have proper good sounds. But literally when I put on my headset and I turn my headset all the way up, the sound distortion is so bad that I literally have to play with quieter sounds at times. I mean, I have my speakers on anyways, so I find ARPGs with a headset are not the most pleasant experience. I don't know how to say that, right? But I prefer when I play my ARPGs, I like to play them on speakers. Because on speakers, the sound is not in your face. And I mean, like, well, what is ARPG sound-wise? It's like, right? I mean, some cool sounds is in between, but mostly, right? I can handle bad sound, exactly. I mean, bad sound is like the least of our issues, essentially. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. Like on the list of things that should bother you or could bother you or might or might not, right? Bad sound is the least of our issues. On a scale from 1 to bad sound, how bothered are you? PoE2 does a good job with sound. That is absolutely true. Now they just need to fix their performance, and we're talking. Okay, are we at 250? It's like what I did do partially to work against some sounds. So I already like tried to lower the effect volume, because lowering the effect volume but keeping it louder does help some, but not much. Sadly, the accessibility can't do much for you. You would expect that you could maybe turn on like a better sound setting option, right? But accessibility sadly doesn't have that. What I did try is I did try to work around with the different sound profiles that you have. You get like headphones, you get like midnight, you get like all that kind of stuff. But none of them is honestly working, because sometimes for some games, like the different sound options can lead to a better experience because it kind of like muffles certain frequencies or heightens other frequencies. You're like, yeah, man, this is better. For changing to 5.1, I did 5.1. That didn't help with the rogue. I'm not sure how that is for the barbarian though. Here wasn't 5.1 stereo. Yeah, here was 5.1. I built the Mighty Throw build yesterday evening. Also, Wowen Variant. I am currently wanting to do the most automatized bleed whirlwind that I can think of. This like 5.1 definitely sounds a bit better on the shouts, not much, but a bit. Or I'm just tripping. Yeah, it does sound a bit better. It takes a bit of the irony sound out. I mean, like, we'll take a little bit over nothing. Let's be real. You know, anything is better than nothing. So, I gotta take it or leave it. What speed percentage and attack speed you get flying? I don't think I have much attack speed at all, to be honest. We have to look at the gear. For the movement speed, I pretty much just have boots with a greater affix to movement speed and with a greater affix temper to movement speed. That's just what's on my boots. So we don't have anything crazy running right now. We can check the stats as we like depart the hell tide, but I only have like 2 minutes to finish this hell tide. So let me see that we get this like quickly done, and then we can look at the stats. I mean, it's stupid, honestly. Like the bonus movement speed is just cooking, right? It's just to get a greater affix movement speed boots. The crazy part I find about Barbarian right now is that I didn't go for a single point of armor and any piece of gear so far, and yet I almost have maxed armor because I have like 2,400 strength, right? And strength is armor. So I'm pretty much max life and strength juicing, and then I just literally have to take care of a little bit of resistances, and that's about it. Boom chakalaka ding dong. Already super tanky. And we're playing without the Melted Heart of Selig because I literally don't like the Melted Heart of Selig, and I don't like intentionally ruining all my gears, so I have like no maximum life, right? I find that kind of stupid. So I try to avoid using the Melted Heart. Might just be my personal dislike, right? There's like some people like the melted heart, others don't. It's like each to their own. Not my cup of tea personally. Okay, just whirl in this tiny area here. Make it tinier, chat. What's happening? Well, so this is a Whirlwind Bleed Barbarian who's shooting out these tornadoes, the twisters, and the Dust Devils that we're shooting out are actually due to the aspect of Berserk Ripping, bleeding everyone. So I am doing my maximum super crit Whirlwind damage. My twisters are doing their maximum crit damage as they're bouncing around. And all of that direct damage is able to actually critical strike our opponents. And if they then critical strike our opponents, that will lead to that critical strike damage will then be transformed into bleed damage as well. So we're doing banger crits into banger bleeds. And that leads to us just with an hour-old character being an absolute demon already. I'll take this all the way to the next level. Hello, my horde. Or that's like a lot of people still like the immortal barb anchor, but you can be immortal without that. It just I don't know, it seems so performative extra to actually play with the melted heart of Selig. I'm not a fan. I'm sorry. I am absolutely not a fan. Each to their own. It's fine, right? Not my cup of tea. We gotta get the aspect of do we not have it? We have it. While above increased damage in game Berserk King, but lose. Do I asked myself, do I even need the aspect of anger management, chat? So this one would have me Berserk King, okay? But if I'm playing the Blood Mad Idol, I'm always Berserk King. So do I even need it? Or am I just stupid?
Mainlander, what do you seek?
Aspect of Berserk Ripping. Aspect of Heavy Hitting.
Auspicious omen.
We're trying to get Gore's Devastating Grips yesterday. Killing a lot of... yeah, we wanted to push our thingy here further. Because we did the Helltide now. And we need to keep the Beast of Ice. Mr. Argareth, you waited like not even a minute to get an answer. And then you left on a temper tantrum. Mr. Argareth, please, I don't know. Work on your attention span because it's non-existent. Do you rate other people's builds? Problem is that I can't see your whole Paragon board, right? So in order to give you a proper advice on what you're doing being wrong or right, I would have to see your whole setup, if that makes sense, right? I'd have to see every single point you spend, because there's such a difference between, hey, I have turned my board this way or I've turned my board that way. Like, I could literally probably identify 10 Paragon points that you wasted by having inefficient pathing. Am I saying I have the best pathing in the world and I don't make mistakes? Absolutely not. I have inefficient pathing too. And inefficient pathing becomes less important the more Paragon points you have, right? If you have a lot of Paragon points, why do you care about inefficient pathing? You just solve this by spending more points, right? It's kind of like the issue with giving you concise feedback on a build. That makes sense. I've been running with Bloodmad Idol for 60 hours on your Hoda Barbarian. How do you like it, Doodly? I'm not entirely sure if I'm digging it because I hate the fact that you're just like burning yourself. But then again, I should be able to become tanky enough for this to not be the slightest issue. Hopefully. Right? I imagine being in an enclosed area. Good start. We're raking up on those layer keys, chat. We got 8. We're gonna have to start killing the Reaper, but first we actually gotta finish the quest for the Reaper, right? I'm finally at a comfortable groove and have enough cooldown. Doodly, I actually invested in cooldown. I wasn't sure if I wanted to, but right now I got cooldown on the amulet, I got cooldown on the ring, and I got cooldown on the ring, right? And I gotta say, it seemed to be a good decision because my Wrath of the Zerker is down in cooldown and my Iron Skin is also down in cooldown. And I was genuinely surprised at how well that actually did work out. Like, I wasn't sure, do I really want to invest cooldown as a barb? But wasn't a mistake. 59% cooldown for you right now, okay. We're sitting at 41.2. I guess with a few more greater affixes, we could get some more, but overdo things. Getting better aspect.
You know where to find me.
Okay, what are we getting here? This is a greater layer cache. We didn't get anything interesting. Well, actually, chest ancestral, but it's the razor blade. Very sad.
I'll be here.
Okay, we need to get the Tusk Helm of Yards the Almighty. It's from Bartik. So we gotta make it to Torment 12 and then kick the Deceiver. But before I kill any bosses, I literally need to now push this one here. Because I need to get Lair bosses and I need to get Lair of Plenty. Before I have this, I don't want to kill any bosses. Blacked out double cooldown on your chest. Interesting. So we'll have to see if I get cooldown on the helmet, for example, or not. How I feel about that. Faster. Faster. Okay. Nothing of interest in here. So many things and nothing of interest. Even the Ring of the Ravenous is like, you kind of want to do like a cool bleed build, right? But none of the actual bleed things is even interesting for you. It's kind of like, eh. What's this? This is Diablo 4, my friend. The good old Diablo 4. Okay, now we do the pit. We need to push those war plans. Let's do a 90. King Ghost, good to see you there. Good morning. Doodly, the Fury generation was definitely the tricky part to figure out. How much Fury generation do I really need? Because most information you find on the amount of Fury generation needed is from people that are playing... They're playing Meltar of Selic builds, and obviously since your life is pretty much your resource, you gotta have a bit more resource generation happening, right? While since your life is not your resource in normal barb, you don't need that much resource generation or fury. It's a bit. Difference. Okay, so we could do a hit 80 in a minute. And I put 90 in 2. Still plenty quick. Need 1 more damage though. I can't wait to actually pick up those progression orbs, right, when we get the Heart of Stone. Because that's going to be mighty illegal. The bonus speed that we're going to be getting from actually schnazzling everything. Ja, bitte. Kind Nummer 1, was möchtest du? Welches Feenschloss? Ah, das Lego. Ja, einen Moment. Nein, das bin ich. This I can do. Give me a second, chat. We need to save the children. They wanna... So hoch. Vor mir. Ich bin nicht auf... I'm sorry. Here I am back. Let the man with the hurt foot run up and down the stairs. Because you want your fairy castle. Okay, we got Wraith and Rot, and we got Lair of Runes. Now I just need to get Lair of Plenty as well. That would be S tier. Oh, someone said I should play Stallbreak. Berserking bonuses increase. While not healthy, you're always berserking. But isn't then Bloodmad Idol just 1,000 times better? Because Stallbreak is additive, this is multiplicative. Right? Oh, nice. Double Nightmare Dungeon escalation. That's fucking sick. I am going to get so much XP for like so much Nightmare Dungeon XP. That's actually crazy. It's not even funny how much opportunity that is. Did you try the Heartsinger Reign of Eris Rogue? Yes, Dread. We have a full guide on it. It's one of my favorite builds this season. Reign of Eris was always my favorite build. So that just on the side note, FYI. But I just love Reign of Arrows because Reign of Arrows is just, from a functionality standpoint, amazing. I love every setup build because setup builds require brain power to make. Right? You gotta hit the right breakpoints. You gotta get the cooldown. You gotta get the resource. You gotta get the attack speed, the crits, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's, like, for me, when I make a build, I love when you have constraints to work in. Right? I mean, what constraints do I have with this build? Get enough Fury generation. Right? That's it. Get enough Fury generation. Done. Build done. I built my Barbarian. Ta-da. You know, like, that's where I enjoy builds that actually are intriguing setup builds because they have, like, cool things to figure out. and like a few pitfalls to solve, and how do you get the defense on. Right now it's just like stack stack resistance, stack life, stack strength, fixed fury generation, done. I know I make it sound simple, but at the end of the day, it is that simple once you have played enough, right? Even though this morning someone complained to me that I didn't tell him how to set a map marker, I reckon it is a controller player. This is no dig at controller players. It's just like, I reckon it's someone who plays on console and uses a controller and just doesn't know better. And that's completely okay. It's an excuse, right? Been enjoying your D4 and Palworld content. Zeld, good to see you there. I wish we could do more Palworld right now, but I just got way too much D4 stuff to do. I mean, I thought we actually pretty much done with this season, but I will admit, there's just a plethora of builds that I really did want to tackle, and they're just too much fun. Like, I wasn't sure, Pony, do you want to play Barb? Actually, not too interested in Barb, but then I saw Bleed Barb, and I was like, fuck yeah. Because the standard Whirlwind is boring. I mean, we are essentially playing standard Whirlwind, but we just added Bleed to it. Still, though, it is that thing that just makes it personally more interesting for me, right? You're not just playing Whirlwind, you're playing Whirlwind with that little twist of what if we add Bleed on top. And that bleed, it does actually lead to quite the substantial damage bonus, because if you think like my crits are my main damage, they are to a degree. Obviously here in this tier where everything instantly dies. But in Torment 12, the bleed, especially in the pit then, see, like, you saw the life of the boss? She had like half her HP bar was just bleed. Right? We're still going to play PoE 2. Yes, Harold. I am actually, like, PoE 2 is coming to Gamescom, in case you didn't know this. Gamescom is in August, and there we can check some behind the scenes stuff, and I think they'll also have a public booth. So I will be able to, like, I got a time slot already allotted to me for behind the scenes stuff, to see some things that I'm probably then not allowed to talk about, but oh boy, you know, I'm all kinds of excited. Because we might get to see something for the next special season that's to come. In case you missed it, there's going to be a economy reset coming before the next Seasona starts, so that's going to be cool. And then with that economy reset, we might get a new class or not, who knows, right? New ascendancy. I'm waiting. Little friend, good to see you there. This is why I choose to play Hoda and summon the hammer and edit leap to burn damage over time. See, like, the only problem I have with Hoda, or generally with leap, is that leap makes your screen go weird, right? Like the actual leaping, the act of leaping, the animation is not smooth. I genuinely hate it. I have seen, like, for example, a leap spam barb, and honestly, I just want to throw up watching that one. How is this not the same to normal Whirlwind besides bleed? I mean, James, it is normal Whirlwind with bleed. But again, that's what makes it more interesting to me, because of the added action of the bleed. Especially because the bleed actually makes it stronger, so that's nice. Also, again, we're not playing the Melted Heart of Selly because we do not require the Melted Heart of Selly. And we now just have to figure out how much maximum Wrath, Fury, we have to get ourselves to juice our Remoladin's Magnum Opus.
Perhaps a prize inside.
Not forget to take the money, because the money is good. Because we're sitting like at 1.5 billion, which is nice, but I need more. Leap should move the character up, not the camera. Exactly. Who in their right mind was looking at the screen and was like, hey, every time we leap, we should have the camera bounce around. Right? Like, you have to understand that the developers, they sat in front of their computers and they made the animations, and that they were like, hey, let's add this camera bounce whenever you leave. But I assume that the developer never, or the animator never, like, leaped 400 times in a row. How do you bleed to Whirlwind through a shout? No, it's an aspect. The aspect is called Berserk Ripping. While berserking, your direct damage inflicts bonus bleeding damage. Direct damage in this case is your actual Whirlwind, but it's also the Dust Devils that you're shooting out. This is why we're not going for the Bleed Whirlwind. You're actually going for the Tornado Whirlwind. So you shoot out these tornadoes, and these tornadoes then direct hit And then these direct hits are causing the enemy to bleed, 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 bleed. So like this is the bleed now here. Look at that. Like, you obviously don't see how much it is, right? Because we have not normal damage turned on, but if I would turn normal damage on, you could see that as well. But yeah, you see like half his life is pretty much the bleed as well. So if we just go away, we would win. Incompetence and no common sense, sadly. I just wonder, I know Blizzard has internal testers, right? I was at the Blizzard HQ chat. I was there in person 1 year before Vessel of Hatred. So I know people has Blizzard has internal people that are playing. And I know they're not incompetent because I talked to them, right? But I just still wonder, like, I pretty much play Leap like for 2 seconds, right? And I've identified the problem with Leap in terms of like what is it doing bad? Like, what could you fix about the animation? But it seems like that no one in the whole offices ever had that idea. Now that doesn't make me vastly more intelligent. That just makes them blind, right? This is not because I am so much smarter. This is because they all seem to be rather blind. No offense, because I don't know what else to say. It's always easy to mean to develop. It's always easy to be mean to developers, obviously, but still, sometimes you just wonder. Really wonder. Okay, we have enough Fury generation, chat. Our first Nightmare Dungeon done. I mean, right now, finishing one of these escalations gives us 425 XP. See, we have not a single Nightmare Dungeon XP, and we're going to have 850 Nightmare Dungeon XP right away. That's insane, isn't it? Hi, Chihuahua. I like that. So, by the way, if we're not playing the Melted Heart of Selig, chat, is there a different unique amulet that you could play? Does anyone have an idea for... I mean, we could play the Bloodmet Idol in itself, but I think the Bloodmet Idol as a charm actually makes sense, so don't really see why I should play the Bloodmet Idol. We put the crushing aspect on our amulet to get like a good damage booster. And now we just need to raise our fury as well to get more damage. So I assume like all my items that can have maximum resource should have maximum resource. So if my chest can have maximum resource and my helmet can have maximum resource, they should. Banished Lords. Banished Lords would only make sense if we have overpower stacks, and we don't have overpower stacks, I think. Yeah? Or do we have overpower? We have overpower stacks. So you could play Banished Lords, but that was nerfed. And you would also have to have like a perfect Banished Lords. You can use the Emblem of Stalbreak, but I feel like the Emblem of Stalbreak is weaker than my aspect because again, it's like the Emblem of Stalbreak seems like terrible. Like unless I misunderstand how the item worked, because the bonus seems to be additive and not multiplicative to the Berserking bonus. Unless I completely misunderstand the item. Lucky nuts. I do have a Banished Lord's Talisman. The problem is that the Banished Lord's Talisman I have is... for my Necro. I can show you my Banished Lords in a sec. It's kind of cool. I mean, I could play the Banished Lords and then just use an aspect, I guess, to get me the overpower charges, and then play a Banished Lord's Charm, maybe. That could still work. Apparently nothing speaks against that. Okay, 90 done. So that's my third one, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, I'm missing a point. Ah! Valera, good to see you there. So let me show you my cool Banished Lord's Talisman. You're gonna be like, oh, gosh, Pony, that's yours? Yeah, and it's like, That's mine. What's this? Banished Lord's Talisman. Because I found like a very amazing one here. So we got a charm, obviously. And then we get this one here. That says willpower, crit damage multiplier, shadow damage multiplier. It's actually insane. Also, it is now 13% again, right? So with 4 overpower stacks or 7 overpower stacks, it would actually be 90% bonus damage. But then again, if you look at my crushing choker, that's 98% bonus damage as well. So I'm just like, does that make sense? Use Set Fury, Set Charms. What does that set do? I mean, currently we use Berserking Set Charms because Berserking damage bonuses increase and we're always Berserking, right? We get the damage reduction and you gain stacking bonuses the longer you're Berserking. And the thing is, we're always Berserking, right? We're never not Berserking. We're just always Berserking. So I kind of felt like that set bonus might be our best one to look for, right? I'm not sure if the Fury would help us in any way. I mean, we could technically go for a 4 set and a 2 set bonus, I guess. So get like two pieces Fury and get 2 pieces of the Crucible, maybe? One thing I recommend is looking for Dark Omen option. The Butcher will also spawn and drop material type of the dungeon, Mike. I never knew that Dark Omen does that. I was always wondering like why the Butcher was so often coming in Nightmare Dungeon escalations, but I never paid particular attention to the Dark Omen. So thank you for that shout, because I was always wondering, but I never investigated. Good shout. You're right though, Mike. If then the Butcher comes, and this is like a cool thing, the Butcher does actually drop bonus loot from dungeons, right? So if you're in a Nightmare Dungeon escalation and your Nightmare Dungeon escalation is gold reserve and you get a Butcher, then that Butcher will drop gold reserve loot. Can be tricky to replicate because you need to get a gold reserve and a Butcher at the same time, but if you then get material reserve, right, if you get oboe reserve, the Butcher will actually drop these things. Guys, I think it's one of the things that most Diablo players actually don't know, because it's such an obscure piece of knowledge that you might just simply never pay attention to, right? So yeah, the Fury set seems funny, but it would actually reduce my cast speed, so it would probably make me slower. So I'm not entirely sure if that would be useful when you think about it. Because right now we're trying to be as zoomy as possible, right? So if the Fury set would now slow us down, that does seem to be somewhat counterproductive to what we're trying to do here. Whee! No, I gotta give my shouts to people who like only play Barb and this is like their gameplay for the whole season. I don't know how you do it. It's not that this isn't fun, but if I was only playing this, I know I wouldn't enjoy it. Right? This was like my only choice. The crazy part is, Mike, that with Dark Omen as your 3rd dungeon, you could get like the Butcher over and over and over and over and over again. If you then force the Flaming Butchers on the tippity top through nefarious means, and you're even more deadly. I think we can almost swap from Torment 10 over, but we're currently only sitting at 30,000 HP, so that's not enough. That is not enough, ladies and gentlemen. Travel to the upper ward, travel to the upper ward, out of my way. It's probably the only thing I dislike about leveling a character with caches, because usually, like, so leveling a character with caches forces me to now play war plans, right? Otherwise, I would already have my war plans somewhat leveled from just existing. However, we can obviously level war plans way faster now because I'm instantly in Torment 10 and I'm getting like the maximum war plan XP. And let's be fair, the maximum war plan XP is kind of nasty because we did like what? We did one nightmare, one lair boss, and we're already sitting pretty much at one lair boss, and we're sitting at like level 1. The second lair boss, level 2. Third, like, right? You're just speed demoning through this, and I think that's cool. Morning, Chippy. Good to see you there. Ancients is harder to play. I mean, for Ancients, I just whip out the controller and hold down the buttons, to be honest. So yes, you're in fact right that Ancient is harder to play, or more gameplay intensive. And it forces you to actually engage with the game more. Hold on your bar. We have Wrath of the Zerker. Wrath of the Zerker gives us a fire aura that deals bonus burn damage on top of all the damage that we're dealing. And it gives us more fury generation as well. Were you playing PoE 1 on Friday? No, because I'm leaving to Austria on Monday. It makes really no sense to start with a new season. I also don't like PoE 1. And I really only play PoE 1 if there's nothing else to play. But since on the 4th of August, Beast of Reincarnation is releasing, I'm pretty much not interested in PoE 1. I mean, if Beast of Reincarnation wasn't releasing, then I would probably be forced to play PoE 1 as there's just like nothing else coming around. Or we just do way more Pal World. Both are actual valid options. But yeah, it's just like my last resort if I am out of any piece of content to create, then PoE 1 is an option. What is Beast of Reincarnation? It's a game from Game Freak. So the guys behind Pokemon, surprise. And they actually made a Souls-like God of War-esque kind of game. It's like action-paced fighting, but with time-slow moments where you can have your companion use abilities. And it's Sekiro-esque in the case that you need to block, parry, and counter. And it honestly does look graphically extremely pleasing, plus gameplay-wise super fun. Why are there updates for PoE 1 when PoE 2 is released? Because they have 2 programmer teams, Axelinas. So the PUBG company, Grinding Gear Games, they have 1 team for PoE 1, 1 team for PoE 2. And since PoE 1 is still an absolute cash cow, it would be stupid for them to not update it further. I mean, you literally have this game that is full of amazing content. And the thing is, so like you have to understand that the current update they did for PoE 1 is all things they have put into PoE 2. So they're actually not even making new stuff. They're using the updates from the one game to put in the other game, and then they're using the updates from the one game to put in the other game. For example, PoE 1 got Keepers of the Flame. That was the update to the Abyss. And then in PoE 2, we also got Keepers of the Flame. Maximum life and attack speed. Nah, my rings are pretty set in stone, to be honest. I might keep this one just for the sake of it. Just to keep it, not to use it. You know, just having, not using. Sometimes you just want to own. Okay, now we need to do one more Undercity. Perfect. Ich höre euch. sneaking around. It's the children. They're sneaking around. Tiny evil gremlins in my house. I believe this build, honestly, that like Barbarian is just plenty illegal. I thought Rogue had like a stupid power curve, but Barbarian just really puts the cherry on top. Because I didn't have to hit any breakpoints. Ja, bitte, was kann ich für dich tun? Ja. Schatz, ich habe euch gerade das Feenschloss runtergeholt. Dir oder Ella? Ja, dann... Nee, Schatz, ich habe euch das gerade runtergeholt. Zwei Stück. Du wolltest doch gestern ein Bild für Muffy malen. Ja. Okay, dann. Have the goals broken up from school yet? Oh, they already are. Like, this is third week of vacation. Third. This is the third week. Yeah. And they're slowly getting. I don't know what the English word is. Well, what is the English word when you're like locked in for too long? In Germany, we call it Lagerkoller, which means. Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to translate that. They're already going inside crazy. Stir crazy. Stir crazy, does that make sense? Yeah? Yeah, they're already slowly, you know, all their toys are not toys enough and that kind of stuff. Cabin fever. Cabin fever would probably make sense. Yeah, Lagerkoller is probably cabin fever. That's an accurate translation. Slowly. I mean, I understand, right? I mean, they played a lot of Nintendo because, hey, we get the Nintendo and they're happy with it. So why not? But like, you can only let them play that much console per day, right? At least if you're at least an ounce responsible, I guess. So yeah, but we're trying to have them be bored. You know what I mean? It's hard to let your children be bored because there's so many things you could recommend them to do, right? And obviously giving them Nintendo or like any kind of electronic device is always a great solution to I'm bored, because that's what I would do if I would be bored. I would obviously play some games, right? But they still need to learn to be bored, which is probably the hardest part. Because you feel like a terrible parent every single time. Like, no, I'm not going to entertain you, tiny human, now. I want you to be bored out of your mind. Not because I hate you, it's because I love you.
It is done.
Yeah, boredom is a great source of creativity. Explain that to your child. It's like, stand in front of your child and be like, hey, child, like, boredom is a great source of creativity, and they're going to punch you in the throat, essentially. You're gonna be like, yeah, Dad, you suck. I hate you. This is for your own good. Yeah. Trust me. I'm doing this for you. It's not for me. Okay, we got three ranks right away in Nightmare Dungeons. That's actually nutty. And we get the Heart of Stone too. That's double nutty. I love that. This is like so good. Okay, let's try to get some more. I need to get more pit, because we need to get the pit to the level where I also have the Chorn's Blessing happening. And we need to get the yeah, we need to get a lair boss now, so I can get this, so I can start farming lair bosses. There's one lair boss, but preferable 2 lair bosses. Yeah, 1 lair boss. Nightmare Dungeon lair boss. Finally. What's the stat breaking point to start hitting height? Trillion 40 to 60. I'm hitting for around 80 to 24. Which build? I mean, I assume you're asking Barbarian, right? But I just want to clarify before I start to answer. Was the third floor nightmare fixed? Just tried it, did not work. You did it wrong, Officeton. But like because it still works. I just did it this morning. No, I'm assuming you're doing it wrong. I'm not saying that to hurt you. Well, Barb, so we're not playing the Immortal version, so I can really not give you the stat break points because my version is different than the Immortal version, right? Generally speaking, more Fury is always more damage because a lot of your damage is coming from Remeladon's Magnum Opus, right? But if you get increased damage per point of Fury, then the more Fury you have, the better it is. Surprise. Paragon points also, always a pointer. The more Paragon points you have, the more you can invest, the more you can do. The more you can invest, the more you can do. That reminds me when I was a kid and when I would ask my dad what word meant or how to spell a word, he'd just throw a dictionary at me and say, look it up, Briscoe. Well, I mean, that was because all our parents were partially lazy. I'm actually enjoying it when my child asks me many questions because it's kind of fun to see how natural curious they are. I mean, obviously if my child starts doing why, I'm going to tell her if you, like, asking why is not asking real questions. You know, you need to have a thought behind your eyes. And spamming why is not a real conversation. Because she tried that many times. It's like, no! Stop whying me! Real questions, real conversation, or no conversation. But they're like, you know, if you foster that, they're going to be naturally curious. Just started Diablo 2 after 2 years. I'm not getting any legendary items. Why is that? Well, Stella, very simple answer. They nerfed legendary items while leveling. So you're probably going to reach level 17 and maybe have not seen a single legendary item. And that's intended. Okay? That's the new normal. You pretty much have to use your Horadric cube in the beginning to turn items from rare to legendary. If you then have the DLC. And or you'll just have to wait until you get 70 and finally start finding legendary items and or use the buttering to actually get legendary items. So these are like valid ways to get your first legendaries. We're posting this build online. Yes, all the builds you see here will definitely be posted online. It might just take 1 or 2 days because, actually today should have been the Necromancer, but then we had to do the video on the farm, so I'm sorry we couldn't do the Necromancer. So the Necromancer is going to be tomorrow, and then the day after tomorrow is going to be the Barbarian, and like, right? I'm sorry to ask a personal question. Don't worry, Goku. Are you able to sustain your family with streaming? I've been doing that for the past 12 years, my friend. Pretty much our sole household income for the past 12 years, more or less. And yes, I can. But you also have to work 12 to 14 hours a day, every day. 365. 56, 65, all year long. It's cool. Oh, it's cool, definitely. As I like to tell my wife, it's a hamster wheel, but it's my hamster wheel, you know? The hamster wheel I choose. It's a hamster wheel I put a cushion in. The hamster wheel that has computers. The hamster wheel that, you know, has free beer all day long. My hamster wheel, but a hamster wheel. What aspect did you add to the amulet? I'm currently using crushing, but I'm open for suggestions. I'm not entirely sure if it should be crushing because we literally have our amulet slot free, okay? Since I'm not playing the Melted Heart of Selig, we can put on whatever we want because every other barbarian build will have you play the Melted Heart of Selig. I do not want to play the Melted Heart of Selig, right? I don't like the Melted Heart of Selig. so I don't use it. Ergo, we have that slot completely for free. We can do whatever we want with that. So if you have a suggestion what you think should actually be pretty fucking amazing, then by all means, I'm yours. 12 years, congrats, Kim. I mean, it's been an interesting time. You gotta consider, in the beginning of my career, it was full-time streamer, actually. And when I say full-time streamer, that is exactly what it was. So being live 10 hours a day. And if you have ever been even live for a single hour a day, you might know what that means. Because when you're live, that's not just playing games. That's actually actively entertaining and engaging with people. Which can be heavily draining if you then do it 10 hours a day. Every day. However, since I like to talk a lot, it's okay, you know? We're still live, though, for like 6 to 8 hours a day, right? Not the 10 hours anymore. I'm too old for that. Also, I don't want to be live for 10 hours a day. Right? Because I like to make my YouTube videos on top. That's like my greatest pride and joy of the past years, that we went from only live entertainment to actually being able to make high-quality videos. Because I'll tell you that live entertainment is actually easy. You're too introvert to entertain masses. You think that, Kim. But you would be surprised how casual entertaining people can be when you talk about things you like talking about. Because no matter if you're like, I mean, 90% of streamers are introvert, right? The thing is, they're just in their safe space. When you're at home behind your PC, you're locked in pretty much, right? You don't actually have to look someone in the face. Sure, you should still try to be somewhat engaging, but you're actually talking about a topic of expertise. And as all of our introverts friends, ADHD, ADHD, whatever ADHD, autism you have, right? We like to talk about our hobbies. And especially, we like to talk about our hobbies to people that enjoy those hobbies as well, right? I love talking about gaming to people that love gaming too, because it's really fun to talk about this. It is really interesting. And you should see when we were at these Twitch meetups with everyone together, and you have like 10 creators, and there was like I was at a Star Trek promotion, for example. I was doing some stuff for Star Trek with Twitch. And then later we go to a dinner with Twitch. And you now think that we're all talking about our personal life and blah, 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 and whatsoever. And what happens is that we end up talking about the latest patch of PUBG back in the days, for example. And how we feel like which gun was nerfed, which gun, like, right? Suddenly you have 10 people at a desk like talking about the latest PUBG nerfs and their favorite weapons and what recoil pattern they enjoy. These are the conversations you can, like, you know? We're not sitting there talking about soccer or whatsoever, like, you know? The latest team did or did not good in the World Cup, and if we want to name our first child Messi or Ronaldo, yeah, we're not talking about that. Super nerdy, but super great. If I want to start Soul Self on Char besides Barb, Necromancer is a super easy entry. Rogue actually too. It's a bit tricky to figure it out, but it's not hard to figure out, right? So, what do we have? Oh, second aspect. No, I don't have a second aspect on my amulet just yet. I'm not sure what to put on, to be honest. Kingos, we're getting gauntlets. I didn't know that. Also, where am I from? I'm from Germany. Casual. I'm from Germany. Where the Germanies live. The Germans. That one was blasted through as well. For example, Barb is currently relatively complicated to figure out. For one reason, and that reason is I am forced to... Like, I'm forced to play these 3 items, and I need to get them with good rolls. So that's going to be tricky now. Because I can't just do whatever I want to do. I need to get these 3 items with good rolls, and that's going to take. Have you ever met Rob in real life? No, Thule. I was at the Blizzard headquarters last year. Before the Vessel of Hatred release. Is it already last year? I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago. 2 years. I think it's almost 2 years ago now. Yeah. So I was at the Blizzard headquarters and I met quite some creators there. It was really cool. but I did not meet our fellow Germans yet. Right? You tried Enduring Faith gloves with Banished Lord's Talisman and some other charm was doing, and it worked. Yeah, I just don't see why I should go for Enduring Faith. I mean, I'll be making sure that I'm tanky enough that I don't need Enduring Faith, and Enduring Faith just seems like a complete waste of an item for me. Now, I'm not, like, still, I gotta work on my tankiness, right, before I actually say that, but I just don't see where I would, in any capacity, like, want that over just becoming naturally tanky. Can I ask a question? I need advice for my build. So you already asked a question, and now you're asking a second one, Super Villy. But, you know, you get a pass for now. You ask away, sir. Coming in with a double trouble, sir. Enduring Face of the gloves? Yeah, but I'm playing Gorse Devastating. I want to devastate them with the Gorse. But still, I just don't like Enduring Faith. I'd rather get one shot before I play that. Why is it taking over 50 rolls to not being able to get anger management on my Selig? 50 rolls original? Come on, you cutie pie. I mean, seriously, what the fuck? Rookie numbers. I took 90 rolls on my amulet for the Necromancer to get a Cursed Touch. Was it the Necro or was it the... Oh, it was the Warlock. Dude. So, I don't want to talk about it. Right? Like, it's gonna take... That's cute. 50 rolls. I mean, my problem with the Kulian tuning prisms is that we don't have them in abundance, and it's actually harsh to farm Kulian tuning prisms. And if you're doing more than one build, it's going to be annoying, right? And there's nothing worse than running out of Kulian tuning prisms and being left with a shitty aspect. I mean, I literally had to play hours upon hours without vulnerable damage because I simply didn't have vulnerable damage because I couldn't get the Accursed Touch. Yeah, fuck, super great. Shocking. Hated it. What do you think about the Warlock Lunatic build? Is good? I mean, Warlock Lunatic build is great if you then want to play that. I would recommend to try out the new APOC build, so Apocalypse. We have a new version of it that's smoother, faster, better, awesome. Like just the absolute improved demon that it is. So probably my favorite build this season, next to the Blazing Scream, which is also an absolute demon, by the way. But yeah, I wouldn't probably play Lunatic. I mean, Lunatic is not bad, but I don't personally find it very interesting. Each to their own. Each to their own. Not my cuppa. Any tips for coming from D3 to D4? You're just playing the campaign. Casual, just play. Just play and enjoy. I mean, you play the campaign, so you get to experiment around with skills, and that's what you should do, right? Play the campaign also in the normal difficulty. Do not go on a higher difficulty. Don't do this to yourself. Go on the normal difficulty, have fun, explore the game, try out different skills, see what you like, what you don't like, play around with stuff. When after you've then beaten every single campaign and the DLC campaign, you can either keep playing, obviously, with your level character or make a complete new one, but then you get to engage with war plans, then you get to engage with all kinds of different stuff. So... First, like, just play. Right? Don't stress yourself. I mean, like, literally, when you're doing the campaigns right now, you don't need tips. That's what I'm trying to tell you, right? You don't need anything right now. You just need to enjoy the ride. Yeah, we might get enough to actually get the... Hello, Mappy. We might get enough to fight Bartuk, but I'm not entirely sure. Apocalypse Warlock is better and faster. I mean, Apocalypse Warlock is currently #1. Apocalypse Warlock has the advantage that the mythic items for it are insane. They're nuts. They're crazy. Okay? Like, I don't know how to tell you this, but the Apocalypse Warlock mythics, they're unearthly. Like, I mean, so Apocalypse Warlock has the Hands of the Wallbreaker. They give you 400% bonus damage. If you get that a mythic, it's 520% bonus damage. Then you get the Scepter of the Three, which is it's 160% bonus damage. If you get that a mythic, it goes from 160 to 240. Okay, that's 200% bonus damage by getting 2 items in mythic, right? Then you can get your chest piece in mythic as well, which would be another 40% bonus damage. So that's 240% bonus damage. And you could get your amulet, which is another 40%. So roughly 300% bonus damage from getting mythics. You heard me right, chat. 300%. That's a .4 multiplier. So right now, for example, my character does 100 trillion damage easy, right? And I could get on my character, because I have a mythic already, still a .3 multiplier. I do 100 trillion and I can get a .3 multiplier. Just that. Just 100 trillion times 3. Done. Only by getting items as mythics. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Fuck. Like, seriously, what the fuck? What am I supposed to say about that? That seems a bit like unbalanced, because if I look at my Necromancer, for example, so my Necromancer can get a 30% damage multiplier. Oh, and on my ring, I can get a 20% damage multiplier more. And then on the other item, I could get a, Warlock squishy though. Oh, we made him relatively unsquishy. But compared to other classes, still squishy, yes. So not as squishy as, but still, yeah. The thing is that character squishiness currently has nothing to do with the character classes, but with Diablo sucking when it comes down to defense. Like, I don't want to protect toughness, because toughness is bullshit. I'm sorry. Like, if anyone tells me toughness is great, then I'm gonna kick him. Because toughness is dumb. I mean, since they introduced toughness, defense has been in the dumpster. No one knows how to really get tanky anymore. You just spam stats and hope it's enough, right? But it doesn't feel like good breakpoints and good fun in terms of like how to become proper defense, and that's just what's missing. You want to find a build to stay alive on Warlock? Well, then you should play the Blazing Scream build. That one has almost 100,000 HP with 100,000 Barrier, which is quite tanky. Oh, we get a Glimpse of Hope patch last night. Well, I have bad news for you in that regard, because the content creator Discord refuses to give us information. So we have pressed, we have asked, we have pushed the developers. I have nothing for you. I'm sorry. I can check right now. There's no jump to present. There's nothing. Which has me a bit stumped, because we're all obviously just waiting for it. I figured the third Nightmare Floor thing, it has to be the exact waypoint, not only because it has dungeon close, but because this waypoint does not reset your TP after leaving the town. So, Offiston, I know Temis works. I know that for the reset, I know that Hidden Overlook works. And I'm not sure about, like, I don't know, maybe Ruins of Araket could work, that you just walk into the Steadfast Barracks. At one point, you get caches. Yeah, getting a lot of caches is actually easy if you just spend your time in Helltide, right? If I would just live in Helltides right now, the amount of caches that I could stack up is crazy. And we're actually going to abuse the Barbarian for that, because the Barbarian has the easiest time in Helltide next to my Rogue, probably, to stack that up. So I will absolutely have to abuse the shit out of that as well. Okay, for to leave? No. We now have finally our. This is good because we have our like bosses here to this one, Lair Boss Power 2. That's what I absolutely need. Oh, keys. Oh god, another one. I hate that. Okay, let's try to now get Gorse, Devastating, Harrogeth, and Tuskhelm all upgraded. Common 11. Actually, you know what? Before we do anything else, let's just do this one here quick. I'm not sure if my defense still holds up for it. I'll have to check. I've done 130 Tower Warlock with the build made with some slight changes. Survives really good. Yep. When I need to get my mythics, but I just refuse to farm mythics until Glints of Hope are in, right? So I'm still waiting. Finally, we get the stone. See, this is what I was waiting for, to see how quick can we do a dungeon now that we have the stone. The only thing I dislike is that I have to backtrack, right? Probably the only frustrating part, because you kill things, right? You drop the stone thingies, and then you have to turn around again to do like second passing, second passing, second passing, third passing, third passing, third passing. The Paladin is still absolutely ridiculous. Paladin, Barbarian. Die on that hill. Oh no, give me back my stone! On my way. So we can speed run a 100 as well. Now it's time that we just get to the speed run pit 120, right? I mean, pit 120 under 2 minutes and I'm gonna be happy. I'm not sure like how realistic that is with Barbarian, depending on how much time you invest. I mean, my problem with Barb is I don't know where the drop-off is, because I know that Barb can obviously go far, but I also know that Barb has a lot of uniques. He has to get his mythics to go like really far, right? So I'm not entirely sure when the drop-off hits you, where you're like suddenly feeling weaker because you do not have all the mythics yet, right? Oh, he just died. He just dies to the bleed. Look at this, Chad. We just finished the pit while we were dead. Oh, can I press on the revive? No, I can't. Okay. So how much resource generation do we have? We're sitting at 29. That one leveled up. Now the twisters as well. Set that back in, silly goose. The proper stat everywhere. I mean, obviously. Where do we want it to go? We need to kill Grigor now. So first, let's kill Greg to get better gloves, because my gloves have nothing right now, right? My gloves have like the most terrible rolls. So I at least want to have like a crit damage multiplier and 3 ranks in Whirlwind, and then I'm happy. I don't want much, right? I'm a simple man. I'm happy with like minimal things. What I'm a bit sad about is that we don't have a max life roll on our grandfather. And we kind of are forced to use our grandfather for attacking. It has weapon damage on it. And I don't seem to get a better one. Oh god, I'm stuck like in a cage like an animal. No, get out. What do I want to check? This one has weapon damage as well. So like for this one, for example, we can roll away the weapon damage currently, because obviously we're not using our bludgeoning weapon to hit people, right? It's obviously questionable. It is what it is. So we just increased the monster power of bosses by +2. And that's noticeable in the fight. I mean, this is not because it's Torment 11, right? This is because of the monster power +2. It actually makes these enemies formidable. Close with a greater affix, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably pain gorgers again. It's probably pain gorgers again. Always pain gorgers. See? Nice, the might of the quill. So gores. This one is two. See, like this is 3 ranks to, not even 3 ranks to whirlwind. Not even 3 ranks to whirlwind. Why would I want to take these gloves? Right? What is that? How can you not even get me 3 ranks to whirlwind? Is that hard? I'm doing a Frenzy Twin Strike build. Twin Strikes used to be my favorite build back in the days. It was absolutely amazing. The problem is you're doing so much just to be adequate compared to Whirlwind doing nothing and being adequate. If you know what I mean. I mean, Whirlwind doesn't even have to do anything. Whirlwind just has to exist. And that's it. So we get the maximum life on it, right? We should technically re-roll that weapon damage. But if I'm trying to re-roll the weapon damage, like, see, I cannot even target it. So I need to find a weapon, like a critical. Do I have two-handed weapon, critical damage? I have that one. We have. I have nothing. I have nothing. I'm gonna get this grandfather here, but like my grandfather again has weapon damage, right? So let me just roll here. Maces.
Nice. And a legendary prize.
Till I get one I like. In worst case scenario, you're gonna get a bunch of aspects, so that's that, right? There are worse things in the world. That's weapon damage, physical damage multiplier, and fury on kill. No, that's kind of frustrating because it's like weapon damage greater affix already, and that's just amazing because weapon damage greater affix just works, you know? I mean, fury on kill is resource, right? Then we're gonna add maximum life, but we're gonna add it as a max roll, and then we're gonna add strength, right? What would you like? I think adding strength is just better than crit damage multiplier. As much as I want to have the crit damage multiplier, right? But adding a good chunk of strength seems also reasonable. And we temper this.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
And hit the weapon damage, yep. Then we masterwork, and we're gonna hit the crit. As I said, we're adding the crit. Oh, you have been a blight to my name many seasons past. Give me that crit right now. Truly, you don't have weapon damage on any weapon and you destroy Torment 12 Mephisto. Well, that's not really saying that weapon damage is useless, sir, because it is clearly not useless. However, yes, you can, if your equipment is good enough, obviously kill Torment 12 Mephisto. Need to add only one scroll and you're gonna get it. I knew it. We were saying is if I do only one at a time, I'm definitely gonna get it, right? I mean, the worst part is if you actually waste all these scrolls and then you hit it on the first time and you're like, but why did I waste all these scrolls? Oh, goodness Christ. No? No? Goodness. Just yesterday I had the same problem. I mean, this has been like 40 reroll scrolls now for this. Holy moly. Okay, we get the channeling aspect. We get the thingy. So, like, I think this one should perform better. Because it has, like, the fizz damage, the weapon damage. It should perform better. We're gonna joinky that out.
Like the eye eyes of Lycander herself.
Make that. I think I could make a... one more ground skull. So, like, this is the most bullshit about Barbarian. Look at this. That's 48% bonus damage, 48% bonus damage, 48% bonus damage. So even if I wouldn't get a bonus aspect, right? I just get like over 100% bonus damage from just my gear there. Right? Just like that. Because, like, fuck this shit, right? Oh, do we want to transfigure this one? The aspect is 2% off. Yeah, I'm going to transfigure this. Let's see what happens. I got 20%. Oh, wow. That's impressive. I mean, I'm not even sure how attack speed actually works on Whirlwind, if it does even work on Whirlwind, but it's mighty impressive. Can you drop a link for this build? There is no link yet, sir. Makes build smoother? Yeah, I assumed that would just be the case of just a bit more smoothness added. Yeah, we're just doing more damage now onto him. That's noticeable. Slightly noticeable, but noticeable. So, like, we're pretty much like last time we killed him after he had this thingy down and it took a while. Now we have him faster down. So the new weapon is working. What are you running on your rings? We got currently heavy hitting. And we got Vulpin's aspect. The Vulpin is on because I don't have anything else. So that's why we're forced to actually play it. So, like, if I obviously get better items, I won't have to play it anymore. So, Gore's Devastating. We got Strength, we get All Damage Multiplier, and Whirlwind ranks at 2. How can it be so hard to get Whirlwind ranks at 3, chat? Explain to me, like I'm handicapped. I'd like to know. When is okay to open season caches? Tonight there should be a hotfix, if then the hotfix comes tonight. I'm keeping you up to date. So far Blizzard hasn't written anything, but they're an American company, so I don't actually expect them to write anything before tomorrow. Therefore, we might still have to wait, you know? But as soon as I have any piece of info that I can hand you over to, I will be having you instantly up to date, okay? Don't worry. Yeah, they're slow. When you get the DLC, I'm going to try to make a Fire Berserker. There's a Fire Berserker multiple ways, actually. You can do it Hammer of the Ancients, and you can do it with Charge. I have to say that I prefer the Hammer of the Ancients definitely over the Charge one, because the Charge one is just absolutely annoying gameplay. I mean, as strong as it is, like, your actual gameplay is going boop, 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 boop through enemies, and, like, I'm sorry, but that's just not fun. I mean, each to their own. Everyone decides, like, how much fun they'll have when they're having fun, but I'll just tell you that I don't think that's fun at all. Not a single Belial invasion, but a lot of greater FX items, which are actually pretty good right now. So what we got here? Frostburn. We got a Gorse with 3. What is this Gorse? Like, life regeneration, poison resistance. Come on now. Like, they're just not even trying. You know? They're not even trying to give us anything good. So spitting in our face. What's the problem with this season caches? There is not a problem. There is only opportunity, Shadak. What is the problem? We are currently waiting for the seasonal caches to drop an update so that in the seasonal caches there will be greater lair keys, superior lair keys. So these keys here to go to the Reaper, they will be in the seasonal caches. And now I'm going to ask you, do you want to open your seasonal caches right now, or do you want to get superior lair keys from there? I think I know the answer, right? Because I want superior layer keys. I think you want superior layer keys too. I think everyone wants superior layer keys if we're honest with each other. Have you tried converting gloves into mythic yet, sir? I don't have the fragments to do that. Also, for this build, I don't think that transforming Gorse is it, nor the Rage of Harrogath, nor Tuskhelm. What you really want to have is Ramaladins. Because Ramaladins is 0.5% more damage per, like you get 0.5 per, right? And if you take that times 30%, you're sitting at 0.65. So that's 0.15% more damage per point of resource. That's significant. That's not a little, right? If you get 100 more resource instead of getting 500% more damage is 650% more damage. There's 150% damage multiplier just for getting that. That's a lot. It's not just some, right? It's huge. Is the only way through Infernal Hordes? No, I got most of my restoration scrolls from just spamming the pit. So whenever I need restoration scrolls, I just go pit, 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 pit. Some more pit. Have I said pit yet? Pit. Okay, I haven't done the quest here yet.
What? Is it?
Or am I stuck here right now? Read. Oh no, I haven't read. Are you kidding me? You actually need to read these things that are dropping? Yeah. I wasn't aware you actually had to read that book. Mildly disappointing. When do we get a skill rebalance in the game? Well, technically Season 13 main was a skill rebalance in the game and should have actually made more skills viable. But let's be fair, as cool as the new... So, the new skill system is intriguing, but at the same time disappointing. Because we now have a system that allows you to choose 3 different versions, where one version is good and the other 2 are shit. So, I mean, there's not a single skill where all 3 versions are like, yay, right? I'm sorry. Like, for every skill, there's like that one absolute outlier version, and it just exceeds the others by so much, it's not even funny anymore. That I'm genuinely questioning what they actually thought about it. Right? Because I'm sorry, but how did we have like now choice, but the choice is an illusion. Right? Sure, there's a bit of variety, but it's not the variety you were hoping for. Right? Because we were hoping for like to get 3 versions, and each version is meaningful, and each version would lead to a different cool build. Now, technically it does that, but practically most of these builds are not able to get past Torment 8 or Torment 10, that it's not even worth it to consider them as functional, good options. Right? Which build are you currently using? This is a Whirlwind Bleed build, where we're shooting out with our Whirlwind tons of Twisters. And these Twisters are doing massive damage over time. We actually activate normal damage. You can see our normal damage ticking for...
will be the beginning of the end.
Let's return quickly to Danica and Zarbinzad. Because maybe the kill of the Realmwalker counts. She gives you the quest to find and kill the Realmwalker. Oh no, the death toll chamber goes away. Shit. Shouldn't each class have at least 3 playstyles to reach tier 12? I mean, in all honesty, look me in the eyes. Every single skill should be able to reach Torment 12. I'm not saying completely dominate Torment 12, but it cannot be that some skills are unable to reach Torment 12 unless you're having like perfectly mythic equipment or whatsoever already. I mean, Whirlwind, I just walked into Torment 12, right? I didn't even try, and I just walked into Torment 12. If I try the same with Rend or Double Swing, it's just not going to happen, right? So not only are some core skills not viable, also their different versions are double not viable. I mean, at this point, you could have like removed the whole skill upgrade, just made it one option that is good, and then we would be fine. Now, I know I'm being plenty unfair. It's just that the update was great, and we love our new skill system. However, this is just the start, and I hope they're not being like, yeah, we're happy with how this is currently, because there's so much more work they have to do. Like, so much more work. It's like barely the beginning.
I'll be here, swinging away.
This should be interesting.
Okay, so find and kill a Realm Walker by closing Surging Ruptures in Helltide, or investigate the Colossal Rupture that sometimes opens near Sovereign's Head. Which means we're just going to have to wait for that now, and then we can spam those superior keys. Tuskhelm was from who again? Tuskhelm was from Bartuk. So what we're going to do right now is we're actually going to kill 2 or 3 Belials quickly. So I want to get a Tuskhelm at least 900 item power, right? I don't want much, but at least a 900 item power Tuskhelm. You know what? I looked so much cooler when I was doing this with a sword. Not gonna lie. Druid's back, I'm happy. A Druid would be even harder back, Fenrir, if the Earth set would work. The problem with Druid is back is that a lot of the is back is down to bugs. So like he gets a billion tick, so there's a billion damage ticking here in the background. That is the bleed right now. Need to get that higher still, but is already ticking for a significant amount, which is kind of cool to see, right? We need to push our damage further, so we're getting even more. And the higher our billion hits are going to be, the more the bleed is going to stack and stack and stack up, obviously. What's the best method to craft a grandfather with cube? You can't craft a grandfather with a cube.
Even the ground beneath your feet can't be trusted.
You can only craft a grandfather at the blacksmith. Oh goodness, can he just stop doing that one specific attack? Because that's annoying. I want to do Earth Grizzly, but I hear Earth isn't great. Earth is bugged. The Earth set just stops working. Like, it literally just stops working. So you would be using a power-up that stops being a power-up randomly. It doesn't sound particularly good, does it?
Reality is such a fragile thing.
Why does he keep doing the poison attack? From all the attacks that he could do. Doing the poison attack. Annoying. Oh my goodness. It just one hits me. The upgrade to Mythic? No, so the upgrade to Mythic doesn't make the grandfather. The way to make the grandfather is to go to the blacksmith and upgrade random. Okay? That's what you're doing there. We need more life, chat. We need more life.
Seeing is deceiving.
Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Pony's whirling a bit too hard. for this little bad boy, we need to push our 1 hour character damage a bit more, chat. Actually, I'm lying. Sorry, chat. We are 2 hour character now. We're not a 1 hour character anymore. We're a 2 hour character. Actually, we made it to 3 hours. Okay, we need... Let me check. We need Bartok. Helm with a greater affix. Thank you very much. Wait, now please just don't be a complete disappointment, okay? Strength, max life armor. Yeah. I guess I can take that. What second rune would we use for the barbarian? Chat. Where is Ramaladin? What's from the butcher? We can kill some butchers.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned.
I guess what you kind of want to go for is the war cry, right? Because if you can do the barbarian's war cry more often, it should be amazing. We get the travel meters for crit. And then we're going to use the Igni. Blink rune. I mean, why not? Is there a way to get better seals? I have a shitty red seal with 5 slots. I'm just not getting the one with 6. Rock, for getting the 6ers, you need to 3-to-1 transmute until you finally have a 6er. So that's my best advice I can give you, right? 3-to-1 transmute, 3-to-1 transmute. You might obviously get really unlucky. It might take a while, but 3-to-1 transmute is the way to go. The most seals you like, if I spam lair bosses, that's usually where I get my seals from. So just do lair bosses over and over again. Also, if you're going for Jesus Christ, that lightning damage still gets me, right? When I can survive this. Just need to kill them before they kill me. Always the trick. We need more resistance. Resistance would be great. So now with that Igni rune giving me the war cry, I pretty much just always have the war cry up. It's the idea behind it, right? The war cry only lasts 4 seconds, but we get the Igni rune to cast the war cry, then we always have it up. Useless set affixes. I mean, for step number 1, you just want to have a 6 seal, right? You don't care if the 6 seal has useless affixes because you just want the 6er that you can actually put on like a unique charm. And my unique charm gives me 100% bonus damage, so I really want that. It's also the reason why we might die in between, chat, because we're actually playing the Blood Mad Talisman, right? Because the Blood Mad Talisman gives me, end of the day, a significant amount of bonus damage. So obviously I want that. Where is the boss? There is the boss. Where is the boss? Because he died so quick, right? That you're just gonna ask yourself, where's the boss? No, it would go a long way. Life on him. On an item, right? Can you make a Hackathon Chasm Warlock build again? I'm working on it, Taz. No guarantee, but I'm working on it. Don't worry. Because I enjoyed the Hackathon's Chasm as well. It was kind of cool. Okay, Butcher. Butcher. The boiler. Toughness defense doesn't feel good. Well, the problem is that toughness doesn't make sense. And that's the best way, what I can say. Toughness does, in fact, just not make sense. I mean, we have toughness on our character, correct? And toughness can be in the double-digit millions, and you're still getting one hit. What does toughness then do for me if I can get double-digit million toughness, and it's going to be like, well, congratulations, you're dead to a one hit. You're like, superb. Can I have more of that one hit, Mr. Stark? And Mr. Stark is like, yes, sir. Here, take more of that one hit.
A pleasure.
Worthy of the ancient feast.
But what then does double-digit barbarians do for me, right? Explain. What do you need from the butcher? Ramaladin's magnum opus. The Ramalada Ding Dong freeze. Because right now I have a shit Ramalada Ding Dong. It's only 0.3 out of 0.5. That kind of stings. Booty cheeks. Is the mythic drop rate increased? Yes, Chewy. If you actually want to farm mythics, you can do the Reaper, and she drops like every third kill, roughly a mythic. I even had like 3 mythics from 2 chests. Yeah, you heard right. Round total of 3 mythics from 2 chests. It was crazy. And the good kind of crazy, not the bad kind of crazy. Great, so we get all of these items with greater affixes, just not a single one that we actually need. Yeah. 3 of Red Furor, any good? I just get my minion master to tier 8. I need to get better stats on my gear. Also have 0 DLC. Yeah, if you don't have no DLC, you won't be getting much further. I hate to get you these pieces of news, but there's a limit how far you can get without the DLC. And there's a harsh limit. So for a mythic Remala Ding Dong, I mean, I'm at least happy if I get a normal Remala Ding Dong. I mean, this one has life on hit, so we can, I guess we can just keep it. Let's kill like 2 more butchers and see what the outcome is. What's an easy darkness necro to learn and play? Minions. Full darkness minions are actually quite fun. It's surprisingly powerful. They're mostly getting... See, by the way, how many seals I'm getting like here from the boss guilds. So that's another legendary seal. That's another legendary seal. So, generally speaking, without the DLC, you're just screwed because you can't take certain skills, right? So, if you want to do a build that needs this skill, that, there, then, thy, whatever, right? Cannot take these. Because you don't have the DLC, and that kind of stings. Reasonable. Where did the Rage of Harrogeth drop from again? Rage was from Duriel. First, destroy my charm. My thing is here. Mm.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Then we're going to take the seals again. So the crazy part about seals is how much damage they can give you. That's Sessuran's Fury. We don't need that. But see, like, this one is now better than what I have because it's 18% damage multiplier, right? I mean, it doesn't give me anything good, but it's an 18% damage multiplier.
Welcome to my home.
And it's a multiplier. That's the important part, right? This is not additive. This is, I'm just doing now 18% more damage. Ta-da. Dingleberry. Pay to win? Well, yeah, you could say pay to win to needing the DLC to add proper characters, or you could just call it what it is, a DLC to the content. And it's the same with World of Warcraft. You decide to not get Burning Crusade, you're just not going to get the new max level. Congratulations. Decide to not get Wrath of the Lich King, you not decide to jump into Pandaria, right? It's just what it is. I mean, live service games are ever evolving, and if you don't keep up with the ever evolving, then surprise, you're gonna fall behind. Almost like people want live service games, but they don't actually want live service games. What's your favorite character to play? Right now, the Warlock. I just wish a lot of the skills were more viable. Like, I would like to... Like, I think the Warlock has an identity crisis because we have this double resource, aka the Dominance, but we don't actually have anything to work with the Dominance, right? We don't really have something to make the Dominance great. We don't have something to really mess around with the Dominance a lot. So we are sitting here having a resource, but we can't actually use said resource to the max. And that's just dumb. I mean, you made a character and you gave him something, but then you gave him no tools to work around with it. Huh? Explain to me like I'm mentally handicapped. Right? But was tier 10 in the base game, Marine? No, tier 10 did not exist in the base game. Tier 10 was new with the DLC. So these new difficulty tiers are also new with the DLC. Obviously, there were also a base game upgrade. But since, like, you're, for example, not getting the Talisman, okay? Not getting the Talisman means you're missing out on damage reduction. And not getting the Talisman means you're missing out on massive amounts of damage. For example, on one of my Necromancer builds, my Talisman gives me 510% bonus damage. If you try to do the same build, you're missing 510% bonus damage. Now, that's not 20 or 30%, right? That's another 6 times multiplier to your damage. So you could do 1 billion damage, and I would just do 6 times 1 billion damage because I have the set.
Oh, curse this place.
That's like probably the biggest upset from not having the DLC. Like that amount of damage copium you're missing out on. And also the, obviously, bonus functionalities that some of these give you, because some are like double cast, cooldown reduction, more ancients, like longer durations, or whatever, right? Not just the damage. It's so much what the set does for you. And you know what? I'm honestly fine with that, because why should a base game holder get all the cool stuff that I get for playing for the DLC? I mean, you can see this in both directions, right? Boo-hoo, pay to win, right? The base game holders are being shafted. But on the other hand, like, I want to get something for actually buying the DLC. Right? I got the Horadric Cube, I get the Talisman, I get everything. And yeah, you know what? That feels fucking good. Because I paid for it. And I wanted to have something good for paying for it. And we get them all upgraded, ladies and gentlemen. So all my glyphs are finally level 50. We made it. What's the max Torment base game? 4. That being said, Torment 8 is Torment 4. So you should be able to reach Torment 8 without the DLC. And you can reach Torment 8 without the DLC. Because if you can't, then you suck. That's skill issue, right? So... Get more keys, and then we can probably kill the lady. When we get 10 keys, that's good. And we need to transfigure something on our amulet, but I'm not sure if we keep this amulet, right? It has a crit damage multiplier, it has fist damage, it has cooldown, it has all skills. It's like it's a good amulet. But is it the amulet, Chad? Is it what we want? I need to get rid of this aspect here. But I'm not sure if I have enough fury per second. I got fury generation, right? So like when I'm standing still, I got like 29. If I remove this ring here right now. Using this is bonus fury generation, right? And then I just whirl. We kind of have enough. The problem is that we're not getting back the fury, right? Or not Selig, because I don't like playing Melted Heart of Selig. I genuinely don't like the fact that I have to remove every single maximum life from my armor pieces just to play the Melted Heart of Selig. That is a personal dislike that you don't have to agree with. You're allowed to just say, Pony, that's stupid. Game feels like it's clipping to 0 dB. No, game is not clipping, brother. This is Diablo. I hate to tell you this. This is literally Diablo just having shitty audio. We talked about it earlier. The best imbuement for Reign of Arrows Rogue, cold, because you're playing Azeroth. And Azeroth is just OP. Finally, what I wanted on my new amulet, but mid-roll after 60 Kulians. Ah, beautiful. I mean, at least you hit what you wanted to hit with your Kulian, sir. Keep that in mind. It could also go the other way, and you're never going to hit what you wanted to hit with your Kulian. Right? So that's definitely better something than nothing. So yeah, we actually did change our sound today from stereo to 5.1 just to make Diablo not sound terrible. Is there a difference between Torment 10 and 12? There's zero difference between Torment 10 and 12, Luke. Confirmed by the developers multi times over. You do not have to ever go deeper than Torment 12, Torment 10. The only tangible benefit of farming deeper is more XP and gold.
Looks treacherous.
No other tangible benefit. Jacob, I can see there. I started a new character this season. I choose to play the main campaign. Can I do the expansion campaign on the same character? Yes, you can do main campaign, expansion campaign, and then once you're done, you can then just continue playing into the Torment tiers or whatever you like doing. Back to Zarbin then. Alright, some people will placebo still do Torment 12 over Torment 10. And honestly, if you're grinding for 300 Paragon points, it makes sense. But even for me as the creator, I sometimes just enjoy hanging out in Torment 11. And the main reason for that is pretty simple, because Torment 11 is just the most relaxed drop-off point between damage and defense. So Torment 11 you can do with like, you only need some billions of damage to do Torment 11. And you only need some defense to survive Torment 11. While Torment 12 really quickly reaches this point of being rather silly in terms of defense and damage needed to actually do Torment 12. And like, Torment 12 is just simply more relaxing to play. Like, even if you're powerful enough to do Torment 12, it's just still like, you know, you just want to chill. Copter, thank you for the 55 months of support. Also effective, thank you for the 75. Appreciate you too. Thank you for supporting the channel. If you did bring your Prime sub, chat, don't forget to use it somewhere. Somewhere's here. Just saying. I'm getting the DLC in 2 weeks. Does the merc choice really matter? Yes, absolutely, sir. So right now we have Rahir, and Rahir gives us 15% more elemental resistance. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but 15% more is 15% more. To have or not to have. And then you can choose Variana for attack speed. You could choose Subo for crit damage multiplier. You could choose Altkin for weakening your opponents. World is an oyster. You get choices.
How can I help? Don't ruin all that work.
Okay, before we farm Duriel now, let's kill the
That looks worn. I can fix it.
lady 2-3 times and hope she drops a mythic. So here, right here. I wanted to show you. Without right here, I literally would have 15% elemental resistance less. Which you can imagine for a barbarian who generally has low resistances is quite mattering. I mean, I'm sitting at 65%, and that's horrible. That being said, I have, like, I need resistance on my boots. I'm going to have it on my pants, right? I probably need to get it on my boots as well. Okay, mythics, come on. Wow, no mythics, scam. Open up 2 chests, didn't get a mythic. Boo. Unreal. Great developer of the game? No, sir. I just like games. What's the best way to get superior keys? You do ruptures. Ruptures, 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 ruptures. Banana phone, banana phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. Banana phone. I don't want to keep this helmet. Strength and all damage multiplier. I can work with that.
Mainlander, what brings you? Taken apart, met it down.
Killed the season for you. Honestly, the update that they removed the crafted tag definitely revitalized my fun that I want to have. So that was a big difference. Like, to say like, oh yeah, this is fucking great. Finally. Still, there are outstanding problems I have with some of the upgrade pathies that we have, and obviously I want to get these superior layer keys for my Glints of Hope. Okay, where are my mythics? Usually every third she drops a mythic. Scam, Chad. Big scam. Big scam. Scamasaurus Rex. The biggest one. No, tier 12 does not give you more mythics, Elbalcus. I mean, you would believe that the game isn't lying to you, but the game is lying to you. So I know you're trying to be helpful, but you're not. So this info here is a lie. The increased legendary, unique, and mythic unique items per torment tier is a lie, because after torment 10 it just drops off. And that's it. That's just how it is. Is an actual lie.
That's it for that piece.
I wish it wasn't that way, but the game is not your friend. The game is lying to you. How would you have that knowledge if you only play the game? You wouldn't. Get fucked. You would simply not have that knowledge. If you didn't watch the campfire chat. If you didn't watch the Q&A. You would just not. I mean, imagine the game actually giving you all the information you need to play it. Ha 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 ha. Preposterous. Preposterous. Mythic drop chance marine is the exact same in tier 10, 11, and 12. Okay, just seriously, 6 and not a single mythic. I got robbed. I got robbed. Broad daylight robbery. Call the cops, ladies and gentlemen. Call the cops. That's damage over time multiplier, fire damage multiplier, and weapon damage. Great. Okay, for the upgrade, it only counts one-handed weapons, right? Oh, there's a legendary seal. The idea why... So why is there no loot increase? It's simple. Okay. They want people to have a tier where they're happy farming. And then Torment 12 to be the absolute enthusiast option. Now, on the one hand, I can understand that because some people will just never reach Torment 12. So it's kind of understandable they'd say, hey, you know, that far and not further. On the other hand, though, like, what do I care about the other people, right? Why am I being punished for other people being shit at the game? That shouldn't be my problem. Right? My problem should not be that you suck and that's why I'm not getting more loot. So I can understand on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's just like, but why? That kind of stings. Oh, we get another update to this one. So she didn't drop us shit, guys. She didn't drop us shit. We're very unhappy now. The Reaper is good for charms and seals, by the way. So if you're struggling with the seals, like me, trying to get your +1 seal that works for your build. I have to do an Infernal Horde. Let's open these up here. Oh, I got another Crooks. That's 2 Crooksies. I mean, we'll definitely have to kill Torment 12. Mephisto later. Wait, did I get another crooks there just now? You're stuck in Torment 7. I mean, you'll definitely see more mythics once you get further. That's for sure. So in Torment 7. Wouldn't expect too many. But it also comes down to what content you're doing. Again, if you're killing the Reaper over and over again, she drops more mythics. Factual. It might still, like, again, the Reaper drops more mythics. That doesn't mean you'll be swimming in mythics. It just simply means there are more. Right? There are finally more. Trauma 12 drops more Pandemonium. She drops a maximum of 2. I was hoping that she would actually drop more the higher you go, but nope. The Pandemonium fragments are still highly limited. I mean, right now we killed her a couple of times, so we should sit at like 12 or 14 Pandemonium fragments. Yeah. The best way to farm Mythic Seals, you can't farm Mythic Seals. They'll either come or not come. Technically, Mephisto is a good way to get Mythic Seals, but I haven't gotten one from him. I mean, all my Mythic Seals have come from the most random shit, so I did an Echoing Hatred because I finally got an Imitation Mythical Seal. I did Hand and Glints of Hope Mythical Seal. I got, like, here, seasonal caches from the seasonal rank Mythical Seal. So it has really come from the most random sources, but never from where you would have expected. What are we doing here? We're trying to get a Rage of Harrogeth with at least okay stats, you know? So right now, mine is like, yikes. You can also take these 2 Sabers of Seagulls, upgrade them, right? So we had 16, and I got a Saber of Seagull, and I got a Rameladin's Magnum Opus. Yeehaw! Yeehaw! Do 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 do. Not what we're looking for, but
Keep your treasures close.
Oh no, I'll never get the 3.8% critical strike chance. It will never happen. The question is, which stat are we going to reroll now? So the weapon damage is obviously useless. But the damage over time is also somewhat useless. But the weapon damage is obviously completely useless. So I guess the best stat to reroll is, end of the day, the weapon damage, right? I'm going to go with life on hit on this one. Because actually life on hit does work for what we're doing. 35 maximum resource. Yeah, you know what? It seems reasonable to me. That brings us up to 223 something. Okay, what's next what we want to upgrade? Do we want to upgrade gloves? Do we want to upgrade helmet? I guess, like, from a damage multiplier, the gloves are the ones that could give me the most, right? Why is weapon damage useless? So weapon damage only matters on the weapon that you're using. Okay. Ergo, if I'm not using the weapon to hit, then the weapon damage is useless. Right? So right now my whirlwind is set to my hammer. That means my hammer needs to have the weapon damage. Oh, we just killed him so fast he just spawned and died. Damn. I am. Okay, cool. Makes sense. Yeah, that's the crazy part. That it actually makes sense, right? Once in a while. Not everything makes sense in Diablo, but that one, when you break it down, it does actually. Okay, strength, damage over time, ground stomp. Oh god, why is so useless? I hate you. Like. Is Torment 12? No, this is currently Torment 10. But you get 2 chests. That is because of my upgrade that we have chosen. We go here, activities for left side, a layer of runes and layer of plenty. You should technically go for 2x2 and greater nemesis into ultimate nemesis as well, because these nemesis layers, they can drop a lot of stuff. However, the nemesis layer is a random, so I will admit that I prefer to just have the power of the dudes increased, and then there is a the loot will always be better. This generally. Come on, where was it going? I lost the plot. I was going somewhere, but I lost the plot. I'm the ADHD. Ooh, chest armor. If this is now a razor blade, okay, it's over. We're ending the stream. Like, what the fuck? Oh goodness, why? Blizzard, I hate you. Like, let's make him happy. Let's drop him a mythic. Oh yeah, it's a razor blade. End it now, chat. End it now. End it now. It's over. That might be the most frustrating drop this season I've seen. Of all the frustrating drops we have seen. Holy. Hey chat, we made a video about the Nightmare Dungeon escalation farm, and people are complaining that we shouldn't make it popular, it's gonna get banned. But what's your argument then for this? You know, so like there's this Nightmare Dungeon escalation farm, right? Where you can just get more loot. And then it's here, the more you streamers talk about it and encourage people to do the method, the more likely it's for Blizzard to shut it down. Well, what about this? You know, what about this that's existing for 2 seasons already? That's really popular and ruining the leaderboard that Blizzard is not shutting down. I mean, how can you be so stupid in the face of that? I mean, the amount of fear-mongering is crazy. It goes from, like, please do not tell Blizzard that this method exists, over, don't do this, you're gonna get banned. Like, people. The amount of comments I've seen today. This one is actually reasonable, because it's like poison resistance and the damage over time multiplier can get rerolled. What's the escalation farm? I can show you. Like for the, like, we made a video, so if you want to watch the video, right? You can watch that video. Upgrade to mythic? No, I'm gonna upgrade gloves to mythic. So there, we have the full video out that explains like the whole shaboink and boink, how it works. I don't need fury generation. I need maximum resource, preferable. Or resistance to all elements, actually. But yeah, we can show you the method in a sec. I mean, will this probably get patched at some point? Yes, sadly. But as long as it's in the game, I'll enjoy it. And no one can stop me. Right? I mean, I'm a Diablo partner, chat here. Hi, Diablo partner, right? I have this Diablo partner hashtag. I'm like, you know, woo. but that won't keep me from using a bug that's in the game and might it only to make it more, put more ice on it, but I'm sorry. I mean, will I abuse a bug? Like, so what's the big difference now to the rogue bug? Because that's what a lot of people are asking. What's the big difference to the rogue bug? Well, the rogue bug is actively ruining the leaderboard, right? This is just straight up abuse. This is exploit levels of leaderboard pushing. Me going into a Nightmare Dungeon escalation to farm more resources for me, so I can have more fun in the game, and I don't ruin anyone else's experience, right? Yeah, that's a crime without victims, right? No one is getting hurt by me doing that. But if I now abuse bugs to push the leaderboard harder, or if I use RMT to push the leaderboard harder, well, guess what? That's actually hurting people that put in the genuine effort, right? Never sure how people have a hard time understanding the difference between these two things, right? Where can you find the Melt Heart of Selig amulet? So you're going to go to the Forge equipment here, and then you're going to make random mythics, and you hope you get the Melt Heart of Selig. Be aware, super expensive. Now, I have 1.8 billion gold because I did do evil exploits. So let me show you evil exploits now, chat. So like mentioning evil exploits, let me show you evil exploits. Okay, we can go for Torment 11. So we're going to go into a Nightmare Dungeon escalation. Okay, step number 1. Then you're going to push through the first dungeon as quick as possible. Hello, Mr. Butcher. I'm sorry, but you're too slow. I'll come back to you in a bit. Bye. Mr. Butcher, are you still there? No? I think he left, John. I cannot slow myself down just for the Butcher. Sorry. Ain't nobody get time for that. So you cleared dungeon number 1. You'd be saving your Nightmare Keys for Torment 10. You can always make new Nightmare Keys. So no, I wouldn't. Especially because Gem Reserve, how do I say this now? What matters at the end of the day is Nightmare Dungeon Escalation, not a normal Nightmare Dungeon that says Gem Reserve. Normal Nightmare Dungeon that says Gem Reserve is borderline useless. Like, I wouldn't even bother with that. And for Nightmare Dungeon Escalations, only the second and the third portal matter. So now we get the first one done, okay, chat? First escalation dungeon done. It needs to be escalation. Kill the boss. And now you can choose whatever you want. So this one doesn't really matter. You obviously should choose one that's good for you. So like here, this is Forgotten Wisdom. Yeah, I'll probably take Forgotten Wisdom to just get that one. Then you beat the second dungeon. After the second dungeon, your choice matters. Okay, so we're now going to go through again. Whee! As fast as possible. Horus, the War Master. Now we're gonna have gates. Well, this is still all just preparation for the farm, okay? Preparation for the farm. It's not the actual farm. Just the setup. What's the point of the board for you to have 3 charges at the end of the dungeon? I'll show you. So now that I cleared the dungeon, okay? Ooh, I get a Crux of the False Prophet again. Damn, I'm lucky. So now the final choice matters. And this is why you want 3 portals, Zeno. So you can choose between 3 portals. Okay, I have these 3 portals now, okay? One says Ruptures, this one says Gold Reserve, and this one says Obel Reserve. I'm obviously going to take the one with Gold Reserve right now because I can now respawn it, okay? How do you respawn it? Super simple. Step 1. We're going to just take as many chests as we want. Keep in mind that a dungeon has around 8 chests. So you're going to take the ones that you can take quick. So that was chest number 1. And I get chest number 2. Each chest is 13 million gold. Chest number 3 and 4. I'm struggling. I can't get it up. It's hard. 3 and 4. Maybe there's going to be another one. Let's see. There is 5. Come on, I want 6. So with 6, I'm happy. I mean, after 5, I could have teleported out already now, but we're trying to min-max here. Oh, I'm unlucky. There's no 6? Call the cops, chat. That's 6 and 7, okay. So we just made like 100 million plus gold, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to teleport out. And preferable for your teleportation out spot, you would actually choose this one. This is the Hidden Overlook. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to right-click the Hidden Overlook so you can always teleport to that. So I'm now teleporting to the Hidden Overlook. Okay. Zeno, by the way, thank you for the 1 year of subscription. Zeno, I did miss that. And then we're walking into the Ghoul slums. After walking into the slums, you open up your map again and just teleport into the Nightmare Dungeon. Escalation. There and back again, a story by Bilbo Baggins. And lo and behold, do you notice something, chat? It's reset. So we're going to take the gold chest again. 13 million. Gold chest again. Another 13 million. 2 chests down. And we get this. Now we get 4 chests extremely quick, which is actually beautiful. 5 chests extremely quick. 6 chests extremely quick. Okay, that's crazy. And now we're just going to go out. So we just made it up to 202 billion, right? And then we're going to go back. Killing bosses is still faster for farming gold, shame. I mean, if you have the keys, yes. Shame. But you're ignoring one thing. In the Nightmare Dungeon escalation, you can also do the ruptures over and over again. Because, like, I was unlucky now. My Nightmare Dungeon here currently does not have ruptures. But if your Nightmare Dungeon has ruptures, that means your ruptures are also respawning. Ergo, opening every single dungeon allows you to go to one Death Toll chamber over and over again. This is actually my secret farm for the keys, for the superior keys, because you get infinite access to Death Toll chamber over and over again without having to go into new dungeons over and over again. See, now I could just like indiscriminately just keep farming like here the chests over and over and over again. Gem Reserve, yes, if you do this with Gem Reserve, you have your Horadric gems in no time. If you do this with Ruby Reserve, also Amethyst, whatever kind of reserve you need. You could also do this with Material. So this is very important. There's also Material Reserve, and that would give you all the Horadric cube materials. This is how I farm my cube mats. This is how I farm Kulian tuning prisons, right? So instead of gold, then every single chest would actually give you Kulian tuning prisons and that kind of stuff. And that is surprisingly efficient. So now we're sitting here at 2,066,000,000 gold, just like that, right? There's actually a particular good dungeon for this because not all dungeons are made evil. Some are good, some are bad for this. Doesn't matter which choices you made in 1 and 2. No, the only choice that matters is the 3. Okay, so yeah, that was the farm. We don't want to do more of that now. It was just to show you like how that functions, so you have a feeling for what you can actually do, right? The volatile dust? No, volatile dust has never been a bottleneck for me. I mean, unless you're transfiguring too much, and I just like can't see how you would ever transfigure too much. I thought it is kind of multiplayer. Well, sir, we're multiplicative. Not multiplayer. I see. No, like, so the multiplicative that happens is that your second Nightmare Dungeon escalation just gives you more rewards than the first and the third, right? So the rewards are multiplicative, but they're not multiplicative.
You know where to find me.
Okay, so how do we now become more tanky?
Beautiful, no?
My first and foremost, use a Grand Sapphire, that's for sure. Then let's use a Royal Ruby. Okay, like this, we're at least sitting at...
Here's what remains.
Okay, first let me take my Ramelot Ding Dong. And let's transfigure this. And we got a greater affix to damage over time multiplier. Great. Great. Someone kill me right now. I'm thinking about moving that maximum life over to the resistance to all elements, but that seems bad. I mean, my resistances are at 66%. It's just so sad. The others are, the mattering ones are at least high. So you can see my fire, lightning, and my poison is high, right? The armor is also good enough. I actually feel like my defenses are fine. They're not good, but they're fine. We got the damage reduction from the two-handed weapon as well, so that's good. What can we transfigure on our amulet? So, lucky hit chance against elites, no. Each nearby burning enemy heals you. I mean, technically, that would keep me alive. Because we are currently have, like, Zerker running and we burn enemies. But I'm not sure if it's worth it. Can the Jeweler Mythic Crafting give you Shattered Vow and so on? I don't know. I do believe it's only the blacksmith currently, but I really just don't know. Because I have not crafted a single one at the jeweler, as I never had the runes to throw away for that. Okay, we can already do a 110. That's not a surprise, but obviously... But that was 143 billion hit just with bleed damage. That's kind of funny. Our recent strength gains have been formidable.
Oh, curse this place.
So how much resource should I have, chat? Like, we're not resource maxing enough. Ow, we died. Crafting Mythic is a hoax. Well, the problem is that even if you get a Mythic, it doesn't is not necessarily a good Mythic, right? I mean, only because you get one doesn't mean that that one that you're getting is particularly useful. Jesus Christ, I just went through that poison so many times and it just killed me. Ay. Release your fleet. Well, there is a thing that we're doing to ourselves by playing the Blood Mad Idol. Right, we're burning ourselves, Chad. It is what it is. I decided that I want to go down that road, but obviously this is still leading to occasional complications of killing ourselves. It is what it is. Things happen. I'm not willing to give up on the Black Mud Idol, though. I like it way too much. But you definitely have to look out for some more defensive shenanigans. We play the Blood Man. Don't forget to put that Heart of Stone in. My bard build is having resource reduction and to fury regen and fury and kill and resource regen. I never run out. Yeah, I mean, like, my fury is full, so I don't really mind. Unless I die, obviously, then my fury is kind of suffering.
That's it for that piece.
So we get max life here. We get max life over there. We get max life here. No, we don't have max life. What I'm missing is max life on my grandfather. The problem is we obviously went for a critical strike damage multiplier. I mean, it does give me an insane amount of critical strike chance, though. That's crazy. Maybe a little bit too much. We want better gloves. Still. Brawling, martial, resource, martial. All of them with like +2 combat skills. Disgusting. You try to get bloods plus skills on Blood Man Charm. Nah, too annoying. I'll just accept that it is what it is. It's literally too annoying to mess around with that. I really don't want to. Let's try to get Grandpapa Ease the blacksmith. Yas. That is indeed true.
Taken apart. Left it down.
Okay, that one's not back yet. Wait on Dariel. We want to do a... I'm not going to do a 10-wave Infernal Horde. I'd rather eat my feet than do that. We're going to see your bard build, Rifkin. Nowhere, because we haven't made a planner yet, because we also haven't decided how we want the defense to completely look on this character. I mean, we're sitting at 43,000 life, so 40,000 life I think is good. Right? What I'm thinking about is, like, I could just drop my... I could drop my rune. Like, currently I'm using the rune to have my Barbarian War Cry up more often, right? But I could drop that for the Quay rune, or I could drop Gar for the Quay rune. That would probably be the simplest thing to do for me. Because right now we're playing Gar as a rune, chat, right? Why are we playing Gar as a rune? Because why not? But since we're whirlwinding around at any given point and we're never not whirlwinding around, I might use Buck Quay instead of Buck Gar. And then just go around like crazy. I think that should work better, personally. Because I don't need the bonus crit chance from the rune, right? I don't need bonus crit from Gar. So if I now take here, this is Mott Quay instead of Gar. Then we have travel meters to get ourselves area. So now I kind of like always have barrier, right? And it's actually double barrier, which is a nice thing. Oh, this is a great way. This is a great way. We like it. Very good way. Very much good. A Gar? Yeah, I don't think I need Gar. I mean, obviously I could now get the crit chance off or the crit chance temper off, but 70% crit chance is enough, you know? Then again, we could also play with max crit chance and then use the amulet. What is it called again? The... say it, brain. So if we get our crit chance high enough, we could technically use Lochran's Talisman. If we got Lochran's Talisman in... Yeah, my brain is not saying it. If we get Lochran's Talisman in Mythic, then we could technically use it, right? Because the Lochran's Talisman in Mythic is what, 210? 220%? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I can't get crit chance and attack speed to drop on your minion mounts and gear. You don't need attack speed on your minion mounts. What you're going to do is you're going to play Golem with Golem Aura, because Golem Aura gives your minions 100% attack speed. And therefore, your attack speed problems are solved instantly. In case you didn't know this, now you know. Where's Mythic? Yeah, vid. You know, this is the problem when you're streaming and you're reading things and you're having 20 thoughts bouncing off in your head. And then you're like having 3 conversations going on and suddenly you just don't know what you're talking about anymore. I mean, the amount of times where you're just like, yeah, so we're like, and then I have no clue where this conversation is leading. It's over. And then you get like your 6 monitors, and your 6 monitors are telling you different things. And then like here, in case you have never, wait, where is it here? This is like how it looks, right? So there's a chance to get distracted, obviously. Distraction is possible. Thopic Golem was 70% attack speed. The more ranks you put into the Golem Marine, the more attack speed it is. So if you actually put 10 ranks into it, it goes up to 103%. Also, the more ranks you get into minions than in general over your charms, right? The higher again it goes. Like I get mine up to 116% in total. The bright light alone would do you in. The bright light is not that bright. I mean, it needs to be bright because like this is how it looks if I turn the light off. Yeah. Great, right? So this is like that's the room with the lights turned off. Yeah, sure, it's like good, but you kind of need the lights or the camera doesn't properly work. I didn't get that much ether. I struggled chaos waves. It's all about chaos waves. I mean, I tried to do only 6-wave forts, never do over 6-wave forts because everything is stupid. And if I can't reach Bartok in a 6-wave fort with chaos, it's like that. So you pretty much just need to make sure that in your activity tree in Hell Tides, you're going to go over the right side here and you're going to choose like chaos waves, chaos waves, chaos waves. See, like that's my 3rd chaos wave this time. I'm obviously super lucky. I mean, there are also shitty chaos waves. So there are not only good chaos waves. So this is, for example, a shitty one. Because this is the one that has the blips appear here. And this is like dumb because if you're not going over the blips, you're actually not getting ether. So this is one of the more duddy waves, but it's still good because it's going to be more ether than you probably get in a normal wave anyways. But still, like some of them are terrible, some of them are amazing, but that's why you obviously want to get the more chaos waves in general, because one chaos wave could already give you enough ether to fight Bartik. And then you're going to do only 6 waves, right? And then you're going to get like to Bartik like there's no tomorrow. By the way, do you notice how much tankier I am now due to the Buck rune? Due to the Quay rune instead of the Gar. Said that and died, generally speaking. Why tier 11 and not tier 12, Jay? Very simple. This character is 4 hours now old in total, and we're just getting our ass ready for Torment 12. Right? Because we're just not ready for Torment 12 yet. We're working on it, right? We're working on it to become like super tanky. I mean, we have 3 million toughness. Way 3 million doesn't say anything. It's like nothing. We're sitting at 46,000 lives, so that's okay. But still, George, you did the Necro build. It's fun. I mean, George, we got way more builds for you. The main intention was showing you so many builds is that you know you have options, right? You know what works, what doesn't work, and that's why I'm always trying to show you reasonable gear, right? And you might notice that none of my builds has like 20 mythics going on or whatsoever. because I want to show you reasonable gear. That being said, we're actually going to do a update to the Army of the Dead Necromancer today, which is doing trillions of damage with Army of the Dead, and I'm going to absolutely fucking plaster all my uniques into that build, mythics, because I wanted to put a Harlequin Crest into that build, right? So I need to gamble roll actually for a Harlequin Crest on my Necro, because 6 ranks on my Army of the Dead from the Harlequin Crest is going to be so much damage, it's insane. Yes. But that's a different thing. On your minion Mancer, you want crit chance, crit damage, vuln damage, and shadow damage. Exactly, sir. Forget about the attack speed, because you get that completely over the golem. Make sure that your crit chance is around 20%. Why 20% only? Because with a Pact of Bone, you already get 35%. Right? Pact of Bone is 35%. What I wonder is, so we get the Tuscan of Yoritz the Mighty, right? Which has like Thorns and Fortified Generation as a greater affix. What I wonder is, the Tuscan gives us 50% bonus damage, okay? Could we technically play the, what's called it? The helmet? Crown of Lucian? If we somehow get enough resource reduction. This one has Fury Generation. As a newbie in Necromancer, I have no idea what you just said, Rival Predator. Okay, come closer. Quickly for our Necromancer friends, no worries. We will have the build guide for the full Summoner Necro coming tomorrow. It was supposed to come today, but again, we had to make a different video today, and I can only make one video per day because I'm only one person, and I don't have an editor. So it is just me and I and me. So, your Necromancer needs to have 100% attack speed because you have this node here called Cult Leader. Cult Leader gives you 40% more damage for every 20% attack speed up to 100%. So that's 200% more damage, okay? Very simple. How do you get that 100% attack speed? Also, very simple. You are in need of 2 things. Pact of Bones says your minions gain 33 attack speed and critical strike chance. That means at this point, I'm already bumping my 27.4% crit chance with the Pact of Bones up to 60%. Boom, done. Also, I'm getting obviously 33% attack speed. Then you have your Golem, and your Golem gives you, in this mode, 106% cast speed to your minions. Okay, it's simple. So I'm going to press this button now, and my minions attack faster. Done. They get the 200% damage bonus. And that's it. And then I press it again, and then I press it again, and then I press it again, right? Also, you have Ferocity. Ferocity is anyways 20% attack speed per stack. Then you have this that is also 35% attack speed. So you already have 55% attack speed plus the 100% from the Golem, which is actually 155% attack speed. Simple. Yeah. And that's why a simple temper to critical strike chance together with the Pact of Bone is already enough. And then on your other items, you can focus on crit damage, vulnerable damage, all damage, intelligence, that kind of thing. So look at this amulet. All damage, vuln damage, crit damage, darkness skills. Boom. And that's how simple actually it is to equip your Summoner Necro. It's surprisingly easy because of the Golem aura. Because without the Golem aura, you would really have to like, okay, I need a greater affix attack speed here with crit chance, and then I need a greater attack speed that like. Right? Max life and armor. That's kind of nice. Not gonna lie. Stacking as many damage multipliers as I mean, stacking damage multipliers is required. However, this is very important. It's not just about stacking damage multipliers, it's stacking the different damage multipliers. If you only stack crit damage, you're an idiot, because crit damage in itself is additive. So if you have a 50x crit damage and a 50x crit damage, that then adds to each other. But if you have a 50x crit damage and a 50x vulnerable damage, they multiply with each other. Okay? Same as then all damage and so on. Optimally, that means that each of your items should have 2 multipliers, right? Your items should have crit, and you should have bone or any elemental, shadow, physical, blah, whatever, right? And if you then have your main stat is an all damage multiplier. So I think that not many are aware of this. That's why getting all damage multiplier on items is actually bad, because now I have all damage multiplier on this item and I have strength. And that's double, because strength is already an all damage multiplier. Strength is already here. My main stat increases skill damage. It is an all damage multiplier. Right? Also, your 23,000 critical damage is not 23,000 critical damage. Warning. Warning. Alarm, alarm, alarm. Don't get fooled by your stats. The important number when it comes down to critical damage is the lower number. The lower number. That one needs to be high, not your actual multiplier. Okay? Just like that's important to know. It looks nice when the number is high, but it means nothing. Okay? It's a common mistake. Nightmare Dungeon. Once in a while. Elderwood. Let's go. What, Fur? I mean, I'm just saying this for the benefit of everyone, Fur. It's not necessarily meant that you're stupid and you don't know. So when we point out these kind of things, it's never meant to point a finger at you. Generally to everyone, guys, I'm not trying to be like, you! It's more like a knowledge for everyone bomb, right? Do with it as you please, pretty much. Not wanting to, you know, call you out or anything. If it helps, it helps. If it doesn't help, it doesn't help. The sword is broken. No, my sword is just hurt. So this one here says equipment is close to breaking. I'm not sure. Like, I have a question. Like, for the people that say your gear is broken, do you not know? Are you colorblind? Or did you just think that it was broken? Right? Or is it just shitty to see on stream? Is your red balance off? Because this is the close to breaking symbol. If it's fully red, then it's actually broken, and this is just like scratched. So I always was interested to know if it's just, does it seem red on stream? On your device? Because for me, it looks clearly orangey. I just wanted to ask if you're okay. Opening vendor repairs you. It looks red. Okay. I mean, I'm genuinely curious because it happens a lot. So either there's a lot of colorblind people, or it actually does look red. You know, that's my question. I need a lot of pits in a row. No, wait, that's not true. What do I need in a row now? We need Undercity. 2 Undercities in a row. Fuck yeah. No, 3. Look at this. Bam. Undercity, Undercity, Undercity. Let's go. Because then we can do portal pranksters. Yes, very good. Very good.
It is done.
Is WoW enough meta with Bleed and without Melted Heart of Selig? Yes, absolutely, sir. When I'm literally being extra for the sake of being extra. I'm like, there's no other way to say this. Okay? Me playing this build without Melted Heart of Selig is just me being extra. But again, I don't like Melted Heart of Selig. I just really don't like it. It's not my cup of tea. So I might be extra, but I'm extra for a reason. Also, I would hate the thought of now rolling for a perfect Heart of Selig. Because I have melted Heart of Seligs, okay? So I have them just waiting for me. I could just use them. This is not the point, right? So there's 3 in total. The thing is, look at the multipliers right now. So this one has fire resistance, strength, and physical, okay? Sure, I could take this one because it has resource generation as well. This one has maximum resource, movement speed, resource, and willpower. Useless, correct? And this one does have strength, life on hit, phys resistance, and resource generation. What the fuck is that, right? What the fuck is that? Which means before I now start searching for a melted heart of Selig, right? I'd rather make myself an amulet because I can just make them in the Horadric cube and it's gonna take me like this, right? Before I break my mind trying to get a good melted heart of Selig. The thing about Selig is that you need to redo your whole equipment. Number 2, because in order to play Melted Heart of Selig, not a single part of your equipment is allowed to have max life, right? You don't want max life. You want as few max life as possible. So yeah. By the way, chat, on the topic of our video on the Nightmare Dungeon escalation farm, we have reached a new high from Mr. This Is How the Truth Dies 684. Yes, that's the name. This is how the truth dies 684. And he commented, stop cheating. Yeah. Critical strike chance and vulnerable and cooldown reduction. You know, that's actually a good pair of livery. Build tradition sucks. You spend all the resource getting good gear and then have to redo all of it for 0 HP gear. It makes sense if you just started playing and you have like 850 gear or your first 900 gear and then you start looking for greater affix items. But the problem is you can only start looking for greater affix items once you actually have the Melted Heart of Selig, right? Because if you don't have the Melted Heart of Selig, how are you going to start looking for greater affixed items? Actually, Carrion Fields. Carrion Fields is a fine. It's a fine dungeon. Is the Necrobuild video out? No, Crizzle, I'm sorry. We had to make a video on farming. You began with a druid melted heart. Action. Well, you obviously don't need to have a perfect melted heart, Sully. That's absolutely true, right? You don't have to have one that has a crit damage multiplier, and you don't have to have one that has like the maximum resource or whatever. So you can start with the weakest melted heart of Selig that you found, as long as you have the melted heart of Selig. I mean, it's the same with your aspects, right? As long as you have said aspect that allows you to do something, it's better than not having it, right? Arkin, good to see you there. Arkin, we've been doing nothing but Diablo the past 3 days, brother. Where have you been? Don't tell me you've been watching the other Germans. The other Germans. Surprisingly, there's a tons of German creators in Diablo. I don't know what it is with ARPGs, but like, there's so many German creators. I guess the min-maxing calls to us in our heritage. Who knows? Okay, now that that's done, back to the pit. Yeah. So we did a 110 already. I think we can do a 115. We obviously need to do a 120 at least today, right? Should one wait for the patch? I would, like, if you have been waiting for more superior layer keys and you really want to get mythics, then I would actually wait for the patch. I mean, the only reason I'm playing right now is because I'm pretty much gathering glints of hope. Right? That reprisal absolutely fries me. Why are we dying so quick here? Reprisal, Chad. What's reprisal? Well, reprisal is that thing where you hit the elite and then he throws damage back at you. But that damage is amplified by 1 billion, so you just instantly die. Especially if you have a high attack speed and you do damage over time ticks. Then for every damage over time tick, reprisal will hit you back. So you're literally getting punished for doing certain things. You guys tried min-maxing the European continent 3 times, sir. We didn't learn. We tried min-maxing it multiple times. One time even back to back, pretty much. Well, a few years in between. Are you resetting your shout so fast? I'm playing the Rage of Power Gift. And the Rage of Power Gift says that damage over time has a chance to reset my cooldowns. And you might or might not know this, but we are, in fact, due to the aspect of Berserk Ripping, doing damage over time with every single attack. Okay? So since we're then damage over timing everyone, we have a good chance to reduce our cooldowns. On top, we're playing the... Martial. After casting a child skill, the active cooldown of other non-child skills is reduced. With the only problem being that we didn't have the Martial activated because we never had enough points to do so. So thank you for reminding me. Never had Martial activated because we never had the range to do so. Perfect. So now our shout skills, this one is also going to reduce the cooldown of the Wrath of the Zerker, making it so that our Wrath of the Zerker is essentially always up. Kind of cool. And we're finally having like our glyphs leveled. Mr. Tony, thank you for your subscription and support. Rigizo, to you as well. Thank you for the 54 months, Rigizo. Hope you're doing well. Pleasure. Which aspect do you use on Lex? Very simple. We're currently using the damage reduction aspect because we don't require the T-Bolt's Will. T-Bolt's Will would give us more resource generation, but we're not using Melted Heart of Selig, so we don't require that resource generation. And I can make my life easier because of that, right? I am not forced to lean into the Melted Heart of Selig. Which is actually a nice thing, I gotta say. Just trying to get the really unique power higher. And I only get it lower so far. Let's do another 110. What's the best XP farm this season? Helltides and Worms, technically. Preferable with multiple players. Then you would also make sure that you're getting Butchers. And we're talking about the Infernal Butcher Brothers that give millions of XP when you kill them. If you then do this with multiple opponents, with multiple dudes together, you'll be consistently assaulted by the Worms, by the Maggots, by the Butchers. And since you're then again doing it with multiple people, there's going to be so many Butchers because then you're going to be threat detected and threat pumping. and then your friend is going to be threat pumping, and then you're going to be threat pumping because he pumped into your threat, and then you pump each other's threat up all the time. Yeah. And if you do that, preferable then with 3 to 4 people, it's going to be insane. A single melted heart. I was actually trying to get a grandfather yesterday with more maximum life, and it cost me 700 million gold and I didn't get one. Now I'm asking you, if we didn't have that bug abuse farm for the Nightmare Dungeon reset, right? Farming those 700 million golds would have been painful. With the reset, it's like 20 minutes, right? But that alone is a reason why I'm a very big defender of that method to farm. It just literally makes it more convenient for everything. I'm a demon, chat. What can I say? And right now, I also need to like roll a helmet for my necro, so that's going to cost me as well, plenty. Good. Yeah, George, I'm not sure why they removed this thingy. I absolutely have not a single clue how they could reasonably lean out of the window and remove the bubble. I have no words for that. No excuse, no explanation. Just a big question mark above my head floating around being like, huh? Huh? But why? Let's finish this and the other one, and then we can try to farm a mythic tribute, chat. Mythic tribute. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. This is an old code base, most likely partially lifted from D3 that I don't know. Oh, Shay, I don't know what is happening. I mean, we already know that their database for storage is shit because, like, we can't get many more stash tabs since that would introduce more lag into the game, which is, like, so damn weird when you think about it. I mean, I've come to accept that, but sometimes I'm really asking myself how shoddily coded games are. I mean, at least so, like, one thing you gotta say about the PUBG developers, okay? I don't know if you've ever played PUBG, right? PUBG is like, it had so many problems in the early game, and it has so many problems still to date. And at some point, the PUBG developers said, in order to fix certain problems, they would have to recode the whole game because it's so shitty coded. I mean, it's working, right? It's functional, but in order to fix certain things, they would actually have to remake the game. And you know what? I can respect that. Like, we fucked up. we made our game so terrible that we can't fix. Like, this is not fixable to a degree, right? We can only optimize it, but we cannot remove it unless, you know, we remake the game. You know what? That's I could, like, sure, absolute cinema. At least tell us. Why are we not opening the portal to Arkin? Because I did not put in a tribute, and I'm just trying to get through that I'm actually getting the XP. So right now, again, this is a new character, right? I have no XP here in any of the trees, so all my trees are very low level. And I'm trying to really quickly go to 3 that I get Gutter Filth. Because with Gutter Filth, it's finally worth it to actually do a Undercity. Before you get Gutter Filth, Undercity is not worth it. Since without Gutter Filth, the beacon opening would not spawn bonus kobolds. But if you actually have Gutter Filth and then you open up the beacons, then there's a chance that a portal prankster comes out. And if you then kill that portal prankster, you'll get more loot. So technically, using a single tribute before you have that is completely useless because you would want to be portal prankster max. George. Thank you for your €5, George. That's very kind. Thank you for the awesome build. Helps a lot. I'm trying, sir. I'm trying. We get a few more down the pipeline coming the next week, this week. So there's going to be some obscure ones. I might be wanting to make a Sork build that cannot go higher than Torment 10, but I'm not sure how useful this is to do because there are some Sork builds that I really like Meteor. And Meteor can technically reach Torment 12, but it just reaches it with a struggle. But you can actually play Meteor in Torment 10 really good. So if you would be happy with Torment 10, like perfect build for you because Meteor is so much fun. But again, not sure how much sense it makes to, like, you know, propagate that. Okay, so now that we have finished this, it is finally time, ladies and gentlemen. It is finally.
They've sent their regards.
Opened, then we get the XP, and now we get the Portal Pranksters. So when you activate a beacon, a Portal Prankster can come out, right? And why do you want the Portal Pranksters? Because if you're now going for a mythical tribute. Thank you for reminding me. Let's do that first. I appreciate it. Savior. Everyone, shout out to Mike. You know what? In this sense, like this is like usually my favorite version of the build. I don't know. We're gonna run around S here. A Gilded Giant, ladies and gentlemen. Try hard. The contrast is amazing. I need to understand why our build is not doing more damage. You're doing Cataclysm. There is a Cataclysm build out there, but so in case you're working on old Cataclysm knowledge, a lot of the Cataclysm snapshots got fixed. So it might be that you're just trying to do like old Cataclysm snapshots that simply don't work anymore. Spitballing here, not 100% certain. I wonder how much I really need the Rage of Harrogeth for cooldown reduction. I'm using the one for max roll. Well, I'm not going to say that not every build on max roll is amazing, but I've had more people come to me and ask me why their max roll build is not working than telling me that their max roll build did work. So that's that. I sadly don't have a Cataclysm build for you, so I cannot fix you. Comfortable Torment 12. Well, the biggest problem with Torment 12 is, let's say you reach Pit 120 or even Pit 120. In order to get much further than Pit 120, no matter what build it is, it's always significant investment. It's often like you need exactly your mythics, you need exactly like your glyphs up to 120 or something. So yeah. I mean, for example, my Necromancer is currently like, I can do Pit 125, I can do Tower 120, okay. And that's already with 2 mythics, but if I now wanted to go further, I would need more mythics, and I would need my glyphs each 20 levels higher, right? And that's sometimes like, yeah, I just would have to invest another significant amount of farm just to like do 1 level of Paragon more or something like that. Is that worth it? No, no, senor. No, no, no. Not worth it. Oh, that was like a triple greater affixed item? Or what did I get there? Did I just get a... Oh, man. Shard of Varathiel. I mean, you would think this Shard of Varathiel is amazing right now, correct? But I do actually have a shard just waiting for me for a specific build. It's this Shard of Varathiel. But if you look at it, this has damage over time multiplier. It has lightning damage and basic skills, right? And then it has the 130%, which is cool. But if you now compare it to this other Shard of Varathiel we have just gotten that has a max life, fire damage, and 3 to basic skills, like, it might actually be better, even it has 30% less, but simply due to that rank to basic skills, that might actually lift up that 30% easily. Okay, what we wanted to get is, we wanted to get some gloves here, and then we wanted to upgrade them to Mythic, right? Mind... and Twin Strikes. Great.
Step up to my anvil. You know what
Try,
you
Chan.
told me.
We failed. Okay, what we can do now is the Golden Giant goes into a mythical Undercity. We tried Minion Warlock. Not yet. I have seen the build. I think the build is cool, but I have not tried it myself. Okay, I need to go here and there. Always good to scout that out first, by the way, chat, because sometimes these floors don't have enough thingies spawning, and it can get like really frustrating when you're running out of time because you didn't scout out things beforehand. And then asking yourself, where am I finally going to get a time reducer from? See, now I got to open up every single beacon because I am actually playing a mythical tribute. And there's a chance that any of these beacons gives me a Portal Prankster. The same as you actually have to look into every single nook and cranny, because Portal Prankster's like, I gotta go down here just in case there's a Portal Prankster just standing down there, right? Always a world. Now, you could obviously get majorly unlucky and not get a single Portal Prankster. And then you're just gonna say, wow, what a shitty game, and start crying. What's the difference between all damage and physical damage in terms of percentage? All damage and physical damage are both in the same bucket, if I'm not mistaken. The same as the elemental damages. So all damage and physical damage multiplier, like, they work additive to each other, not multiplicative. Right? Technically, a specific multiplier is always better than all damage, because all damage is also additive to your core stat. Right? Which means all damage to be avoided, rather get core stat. Then again, if you get crit damage, all damage, and no core stat, kind of worth it, right? You're not a single prankster has to spot it. Not sure one prankster has. No prankster, no cry. So for Barb, you should focus on Fist. No, you should focus on Vulnerable and Crit for Whirlwind Barb. And if you get Fist, that doesn't hurt. If you get all damage over a core stat, that also doesn't hurt. But always Vulnerable and Crit first. Okay, chat, am I getting one Mythic? No, great. My Mythical Tribute did not give me a Mythic. Woo! We all love that. I mean, they promised that they buffed it, right? But where's my buff? Chat. Where is my buff? Because I don't see it. The buff it today? No, Munkin. They'll maybe buff it today. If maybe the hotfix comes out today. Because let's be fair, they're awfully quiet on those news. I'm not sure if they actually said it in the hotfix. That it would be on Tuesday. We had this post here, right, from Dan Tangway. So it's that we have heard your feedback. Releasing today, and then additionally in a patch coming next week, we're adding superior layer keys, and the patches are always Tuesdays, right? So realistically, it should be Tuesday. I mean, very rarely it's Wednesday, but I'll be honest with you, if that patch is just supposed to contain this hotfix, then if it's not coming out today, I'm just gonna be severely peeved. Because I think me and you and all of us, we've been just saving this up, correct? We've been doing nothing else. We've been just sitting on these and we've been just waiting. Correct? I mean, I have now like on different characters, all different thingies, and I'm just waiting. And I don't think I'm the only one. Yeah, the top priority is to fix, like, it's like, we brought out a hotfix and we fixed the Nightmare Dungeon farming. Because evildoers are evil doing. Let's do another mythical, see what happens. What's happening in Nightmare Dungeons? In a Nightmare Dungeon escalation, you can keep resetting the third Nightmare Dungeon over and over again. Very popular. Say thank you to the Chinese. I mean, this bug pretty much existed last season already. It wasn't just that popular back there. I farmed a couple million. Well, Arkin, just yesterday, I farmed in the span of an hour 1.5 billion. On stream, because I needed money. Like, sometimes you just need money, so... Okay, we're getting 2 bonus chests this time, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, some improvement here. This big one, by the way, can also drop the goblins. In case you didn't know that. Counts as spirit bacon. How do you farm gold in Nightmare Dungeon escalations with a gold reserve? Right? Well, we'll see if a patch is coming out today or not. I mean, I'm expecting, like, usually Blizzard starts acting around 4 p.m. Like, if we're lucky in the next hour or two, I might be able to give you an update if I get anything in the content creator Discord, because usually we get to know these things rather early-ish. But I haven't the faintest currently. So, 3 chests. If not one of them is having a mythic, that's bullshit. Oh, there's one mythic, chat, but which one is it? I don't know what I picked up. I picked up something. Oh, we got a Rage of Haragast. Interesting. After I got my thorn mail thingy. Well... So the biggest problem is that one is terrible, right? I mean, it has thorns, fortified generation, and damage over time multiplier, while my current one has strength, maximum life, resource, and poison resistance. So despite this sitting at the 78% for the cooldown reduction, it is terrible. And there's not a single reason for me to even touch that, right? It's just downright yikes. Like, even re-rolling cannot fix this. Right? Even re-rolling cannot fix this. Boss, Helltide. Harbinger of Hatred. If we try classic basic damage with a shard of Wrathio, Frenzy Spam, or some other stuff. Nope. Not yet. I mean, this is the first Barb we have done this season. Right? We're gonna get the Whirlwind done first, and we still have to juice a bit on our defenses to feel like very good. And damage-wise, I think I'm content. More or less. We have a lot of resource. We get a lot of multipliers. We get our Ramaladdin's Magnum Opus. Oh, we still have to change this aspect. We still haven't changed it. We got some random burning heal aspect that we actually need to get rid of. I think it's actually good. Please don't open up portal. No invasion, por favor. Lost with 3 greater affixes. What for useless gloves drop here, Chan? Band of Ajad. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's for hurling mighty throws. Yeah. It's when you turn into a mortar, Chan. You turn into a mortar and go like. Or you don't have to make a meta build, but you might just simply get stuck at some point. I mean, meta builds are absolutely not needed. However, without a certain meta buildiness, you might just get stuck at some point. After swapping weapons 5 times, gain Berserking for 4 seconds, additional 30% increased damage while Berserking. I have this already on my boots. Could I put a different aspect on my boots then? What else do we have on our boots, chat? We get anger management. That would be draining us. That kind of feels bad. That would be more damage, so that's nice. Gain damage reduction while berserking. Actually, I like that one. But what are we gonna do on our amulet, on our ring, chat? So we got this ring here, the Volpen ring, and we don't use it currently. So what are we gonna do now for a damaging aspect? We could go for... Maintainly, I'm using a bludgeoning weapon, right? Can I just use the aspect of walloping? Probably, right? I mean, I could also use conceited because I'm actually kind of always buried up, I guess. Right? Archmaster also, yeah, would probably work. Are you expecting a new patch? I am severely hoping for that, sir. Like, beyond hopeful. Maximum hopefulness. The hopeful. Okay, let's see how quick we can do this right now. My goal was still a pit 120 in under 2 minutes, so we're working on that one, Chan. Right? I think we're on a good way. If I can do a pit 110 in a minute, then we'll be good. I wonder if I should spam my shout like to reduce my cooldowns. I guess I should, right? And since my shout reduces my cooldowns, I should probably spam it. We need a tighter quarter. I'm done. What do you think? Can I do a pit 120 already? Wait, no, not pit 120. It's tower 120. And all my glyphs are like really low B leveled currently. We're gonna increase this. As you can see, my glyphs are barely somewhere. Let's do a... Not a tower. Oh, God. I wanted to do a pit. Oh, no. I wanted to do a tower, not the pit. Right? I love when these here, like, spawn on you, because what's the worst that could happen? That you just instantly die, right? Right? What's the worst that could happen? That you instantly die? Exactly. Imagine just instantly dying. Never. Oh God, I died. Do something. The pain. Ugh. I'm dead. Pretty much have to start like storing resource, right? Get things back up and running. Oh goodness. I just wanted to pick that up, but he was in my way, chat. Give my stone back. And so if we have the Berserking up, we have enough resource generation. But if we don't have the Wrath of the Berserker up, we're actually missing some resource generation. That's actually interesting. Yes. Or said anger management. No, I have the Bloodmad Idol. I'm always zerking. The Rouse of the Berserker is just for bonus. So I'm playing the Bloodmad Idol, which says I'm always berserking. Yeah. So otherwise I would play the Otherwise I would play your aspect. Thing is that the Bloodmad Idol obviously makes you squishier. I mean, it is a decision because, like, if I wasn't playing the Bloodmad Idol, I would just be tankier. Congratulations, right? So that's that. I gotta deal with this. It is what it is, but I just really like the Bloodmad up. Can I say? But I might have to just swap like one greater affix to resource generation on one side, and then we should be good as well. Because I feel like we're like 2 resource away or so to actually have it working also without the Wrath of the Berserker. But the Wrath of the Berserker gives us like another 30% bonus, right? That's obviously good. I wonder if we should swap our Kui rune. Because right now our Kui rune is bugged. So we're moving, and we're obviously moving a lot, so it kind of works. But it's also limited. I'm not sure if we could trigger it faster with something else. But I wouldn't know what, to be honest. When it cannot be cast ultimate skill, that wouldn't work. It can't be like cast core skill because that would also work. So what would it be? I make Leap Quake work. I'm not sure if Leap Quake is multiplying enough. I mean, it used to be, but I'm not sure where Leap Quake stands currently in the multiplication department. Your talisman. My talisman is the Berserking set currently. These the Berserking set. Not sure how I feel about that. If that is what is the bestest of the bestest choices, you know? Sword still haunting pits, yeah. How much important is weapon damage in your primary weapon? It's decent, but 100% crit damage multiplier is usually better. I mean, optimally, you want to have the weapon damage as a greater affix. I, for example, have it on this weapon, greater affix and masterworked. So here, we're playing the Crucible set with martial skills. And then we have one single charm, the lore, as a brawling skills. Whatever that is, babe, like, because it's useless, obviously. 125 to all stats. It's actually kind of rad. It's kind of like super rad. Not gonna lie. So what else? We get Buck, we get Igni, we get Tom, we get Yol, Nagu. I mean, there's just none. Really to trigger than Buck or Igni. I wish they would put a hint in the game loading screens to tell people that weapon damage only buffs the weapon you use. I mean, common sense to a degree, but I do agree that it would be good to have. But as much as I want to just say, oh, common sense, like, are you stupid? I mean, if you don't know this, you're just dumb. But to be honest, it's not as much common sense as it probably should be. Okay, we're sitting at 45,000 live. I guess we would have to make our challenging shout, instead of increase our damage, be more defense, and then we're good about it. Because we are honestly doing enough damage. I'm fine with what we have. Like there's a limit to how much damage I want to have on this build, right? It's a convenience build for me right now. Many things in this game are certainly not common sense. Yeah.
The tower.
That is correct. I will fully agree with you. I'm a fan of the game actually telling you what's going on. So personally, if the game is missing out on information, it always peeves me. Was watching Woody's stream earlier, and Simon told him you were German, and Woody now, they never know you were. Well, I don't really have much interaction with the other Diablo creators, my friend. mean, I am, compared to some of these, not an old school Diablo creator. I mean, you might have gotten to know me from Diablo, but realistically, I'm doing this for 12 years now, and it's been Hearthstone, it's been PUBG, it's been Dota Auto Chess, Dota Underlords, pretty much a bit of everything and everywhere. Ja, bitte, mein Kind. Einen Moment, ich komme sofort hoch, wenn ihr kurz warten könnt. Ja, sagst du, ihr müsst noch kurz 2 Minuten warten? Danke. Okay, ich komme dann sofort hoch. My children are leaving today to their auntie, who lives 20 minutes away, but still, they're leaving today. For 2 days, chat. For 2 days! I swear to God, they're all gonna come back after 1 day and be like, that's too much. I mean, my children are fantastic children, don't get me wrong. But they like to be at home too. Even though they're really excited for leaving 2 days. That's like a little trip for them.
You've done
They're
well.
gonna go watch Minions in TV, in the cinema. There's that new Minions movie, in case you missed it, with monsters, with Cthulhu actually, which amuses me to no end. That it's Cthulhu. Freedom? Well, yeah, I mean, freedom to create as many videos as I need for next week, because the reality is now you could think I'm going to use this time to slacker off, but I'm going on a 7-day vacation in the next week, so from Monday to Monday I'm going to be gone, which means that I need to create enough videos to film Monday to Monday, and if a video takes me 3 to 4 hours to create, that's 28 hours of time that I need somehow to create bonus videos, right? Yay! So that's not going to be slacking. You see the Odyssey yet? The wife and I discussed it, and we were like, we'd rather stay at home and read our books than watch the Odyssey. That has nothing to do with the Odyssey per se, and everything to do with me and my wife just liking to read books. Okay, that Pit 115 finish is 126. Right? That's good. Or what did it say? Did it say 126, or am I just blind? Say I need to beat more. No, I need to beat more to be ranked. That's what it said. I need to beat 126 to be ranked. Oh, I'm an idiot. Are you reading? We can get back to that in a second. I need to say bye to my children first. Okay. I'm back. Okay. Only just figured out your German, your English is imperceptible. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And if you're doing content for 12 years in English, you either become good at English or you actually suck skill issue, right? Maybe you also never bothered to improve your English actively. As a German, you actually have to actively work on that. Because German has some very weird English inflections that are not easy to get rid of. Okay, we need to fix our defense because I'm not 100% happy with the defense, chat. And no, the fix is not Melted Heart of Selig. We said it before. I'm not a fan. I don't want to do Melted Heart. And the most obvious fix would be getting maximum life on my Grandpapa. For that, I would have to get another Grandpapa. Now, technically, that's not a problem because I can just force roll one. But practically, that's gonna cost me hundreds of billions of gold. And I don't like that. 4 Crucible Charms and 2 Fury. I was thinking about that, Vidvark. I like your idea. The problem is that would cost me my Crucible. My Blood Mad item. And it would also make me slower attacking. Right? Because was Fury not... No. No, Fury didn't make me attack slower, right? Or did Fury make me attack slower? Or which one was it again? Did the cube give you GA stats? No. The only GA stat you can get from the cube is via transfiguring. That's how you could also get GA. Just cast speed, so it's going to make your shout slower. The problem is, if we're using the... So, right now, I have my Berserking fixed by this. Because I'm always Berserking, right? So... I mean, first things first. Let's do one thing. Let's move our maximum life here over to the Fury. Because I kind of feel like I need that. It's going to make me slightly less defensive, but it's worth it. As I said, let's just move that over to our Fury. No? Okay, Blake. I never wanted to have that on the Fury generation anymore. It's like 2 more, but it's actually 2 more worth it, right? Let's look at our shitty gloves going on. We got thorns. We got poison resistance. None of that is needed. We technically need a grandfather that has maximum life. The problem is right now that on my grandfather, I could only reroll the crit damage multiplier, right? I would hate that. So ultimately, we would have to roll a few more grandpuppies here, hopefully. I mean, let's raise 300 million because why wouldn't we? And that's 3 Shattered Vows. That's fantastic, chat. Why would I not want to have 3 Shattered Vows? What I said about like wasting money because it just goes in, goes out so quick, it's not even funny anymore. Now the problem is that the rest of the charms I actually do need for a different kind of build. So this is for my other character. We have Jug on? No, we don't have Jug on. We have like 200 weapon reduction on, and we got the Vital Fervors on. The Jug we can obviously not put on an item. I mean, we could play the Juggernauts if we just kick out the Rage of Havoc. Yeah. Right? I could say that we don't require the cooldown reduction and we would play a different shield, or you could technically kick out the Tusk Helm. The Tusk Helm is also giving you cooldown reduction. I mean, if I would have to kick out an item, it would probably be the Harrogeth, right? Or the most reasonable one to kick out. There's an aspect for max HP. Which one is it? The... Oh, Iron Blood gives you damage reduction for each ability enemy, but maximum. It's under utility. Irrepressible. I don't own that. I do own that. Casting a weapon mastery skill fortifies you, increases your... Oh. Having more max HP is nice. The problem is that would be my 40% damage reduction gone. So you pretty much like put a 40% damage reduction off for more max HP, right? And I do believe you would have to cast a weapon mastery skill for it to work. And technically with the barrier bonus that we're having, it would be worth it. So that brings us up 10,000 more HP, which isn't really a lot if you think about it. I like this game until you reach a point in game where you play meta to make it. Well, what does make it mean? I mean, if you just want to beat the seasonal journey, you do not need to play meta. Now, if you do want to kill Torment 12 Mephisto, you need to play meta to a degree, or at least play a build that's meant to kill Torment 12 Mephisto. I mean, you couldn't expect to play an area damage pit farming build and then be like, hey, like, hopefully this is going to kill Torment 12 Mephisto with ease, right? Because that obviously doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. So realistically, no, you don't need to be meta whoring unless you want to do very specific things. I'm not sure how much our bonus life is helping us over the damage reduction, if I'm honest with you. And optimally, I would want to have the two-handed aspect. And like, we should kick the Rage of Harrogeth out and just see how it looks if we use a shield, like if we don't play with the cooldown. Right? I'm a completionist, so I like doing everything. See, but you already have requirements, aka you are a completionist. So if you then want to see everything, you cannot expect to see everything without living to a certain amount of meta whoring, right? I mean, this is like a self-created you problem at the end of the day. I know it sounds stupid, but you know, yeah. I wish also if non-meta could do things for you, but that's just not how the reality of things work. Here we get things to 96. That's good. I'd be happy to beat bit 80, but I can't for some reason. It's probably just lack of knowledge. It's not because you suck. I mean, you could still suck, so don't get that wrong, right? Don't get that twisted. It could be skill issue, but it's most likely that you're just missing something, right? Knowledge issue, not skill issue.
Back to it then.
This should be interesting.
Okay, let's see. What do we have for chesticles, chat? I mean, technically, this chest piece will be perfect for my barb, right? It has maximum life. It has maximum resource. It has armor. It has resistance. It has it all. So if I just put this bad boy here on. Over-equip Heavenly Strength. Then we're gonna... Yeah, I mean, like, I have no reason to actually change anything about this item. It just has everything on it, right? And then we're gonna remove the... chest piece here. You're at 67,000 HP. Yeah, I would be there as well if we then... Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that we're... Wait, where did they go? Wait, no. Wrong chest piece. I'm missing my 2 rubies. Ruby, 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 ruby! Where did I put my rubies? There. You have problems with the Bloodman Idol? I mean, the Bloodman Idol will fuck you over and choke you, right? So technically, you could, instead of the Bloodman Idol, play Seal, right? And then together with the Seal, you could play Fury, and that would be fine. But then you would have to solve Berserking otherwise. No Celic Bart? No, I don't look Celic. You know what we could do? We could just temper maximum life on our amulet instead of cooldown reduction. Probably. That'd be another layer of I won't die. That poison damage from that thingy here is absolutely annoying. Yeah, whatever that dude was doing to me, it was painful. Aspect of anger management would help with the berserking. Yeah, but we're just stuffing holds by creating new holds, right? So again, we can use the Fury, yes. But if I just live with my Bloodmad Idol, then I would not have to look out for the Fury. Because also if I'm using the... what is doing poison damage here again to me? Like seriously, what is doing poison damage there to me? Like none of you has do they have poison, these standard mobs? That's so weird. Damn, if we go for anger management, we have to there's someone again poisoning everything. We have to get some more resource from some source. It's otherwise not enough. First time doing 120. Where's my Heart of Stone? Is it actually poison? Well, it could also be lightning damage because there's a specific lightning damage that also does poison. Yeah, agreed, right? So you just see your life turn poisonous, but it could be so many things. The actual poison, but it could also be actual lightning damage. That poison. Because why wouldn't it? I'm going to be posting this build. Yeah, once we have it to a point where I feel tanky enough and where it doesn't like have random deathies happening, then we're ready to post this. And we obviously need to kill Mephisto too. Always the important things in life, right? Right now I want to level up my glyphs to get that power level, because obviously having your glyphs to 80 or having your glyphs to 100 in the beginning is still like a qualitative damage difference. Right, later it like kind of petters out. Like you don't really have to go over 110, 120 glyphs. You can, but the damage gain is minimal. And I mostly don't care about like higher than 115 on most of my builds, because it's just like, it's annoying from there.
Oh, curse this place.
So first 120, and I gotta say our damage over time is great. Right? It does billions. You don't want to play Select? No, I don't want to play Select. Thank you. Again, don't like it. Each to their own. That is not my cup of tea. Okay, that lightning damage is too devastating for me. One single item, by the way, with life on hit, and that one single item with life on hit is coming in very handful. Very useful. That's a 3-minute pit 120. I want a 2-minute pit 120 to become stronger. And we could maybe finally get our gloves in strong, because right now my gloves are untempered, unmasterworked. Leaderboard has done 147. Well, the things you see in the leaderboard are obviously like absolute top end, right? And if the leaderboard is not solo self-owned, you also see RMT involved. So not really something where you want to compete with, because it's just going to make you sad, right? Like the reality of the non-solo self-owned leaderboard. Which one is better from PoE and Diablo? That depends wholly on you as a player, because it really depends what you want and what you're looking for from a game. I mean, that's like when you're asking me, I don't know, do you prefer brunettes or blondes? And I'm like, I cannot give you an answer to that. Like, what is better? Because that's completely in the eye of the beholder, right? Can someone help me with my build for Warlock Apocalypse? I have to take D4 builds or max roll. No, you have to go on the YouTube channel, Ponyhoff, and watch that Apocalypse build there, which is an absolute demon. That's what you have to do. Okay, so I'm not feeling the Rage of Harrogath mything. I like my armor, so that's cool. The 40% damage reduction is definitely doing what I expected to do. Especially then with the damage reduction bonus from the boots, so that is good. Now, as you can see, my gloves are terrible. So we don't even have good gloves, which means we now have to go and farm said gloves from the palace here, from like our friend Grigor Del Galvanic Thane. Did you ever get back to the game once human manual? No, not in ever. Not in ever. We were pretty much waiting for the console release of Once Human to maybe play some more again. And we're actually waiting for them to ever release a proper new scenario. I mean, they never managed to actually leave Nelkut meaningful, which is kind of like a big failure on their side, because that's the only thing people have been asking them to do, right? Just introduce a new map. And yet they have done everything but that. Right? Literally everything but the new map. Okay, we can do tier 12 bosses. Quite simple. It's good to see. You know what? I need to check back to how much our crit damage has risen. How much has our crit damage risen? Ready for a 329? I don't play PoE1. I hope Wright's ARPG is still coming out. Oh, is that my one day, maybe? Okay, we're doing good. So half a trillion. We're not at trillions yet. We're working in. I wonder where am I supposed to get like a lot of more resource from? I feel like with 263 resource, I'm pretty maxed without Melted Heart, right? Didn't Melted Heart boost your resource as well? See, like, Pony doesn't even know what Melted Heart, like, how much does it here? Damage is dealt to your primary resource you have before life, and your primary resource is doubled, exactly. So if I could get like 600 probably. Yeah, 600, reasonable. Maximum life and fury generation on boots. That's nice. I could reduce my movement speed just to get a bit more kavoomsy. It's quite useful. Okay, what do gloves say? We got Pain Gorgers, Pain G's. Pain G is completely useless. We got Yoritz, which we don't want. Actually, that cooldown reduction on Yoritz is pretty nice compared to this one. But it has strength, so I like that. And it also has armor, so take these. We win these. Are your charms giving you max resource? We have max resource here, max resource there, then Marshall, and all stats, plus the Bloodmad Idol has nothing. So yes, we're getting some max resource from there, but I really don't feel like I want to do like much more max resource. And when we get max resource on the chest and we get max resource on the helmet, so it feels like we have tapped into all the max resource we could. I mean, we can get max resource in our amulet, technically. But I don't feel like we need that. I also don't feel like we need the cooldown reduction here, so it should work if I remove that. Gorse, devastating. I will never get a good Gorse. It's just like, I'll just never get that. Yeah, I feel like we have everything kind of covered, right? I mean, I don't feel weak, let's be fair. We did a pit 120 now in 3 minutes, and that's great. Right, we just kill bosses really quick. I could probably do Torment 12 Mephi, especially if I get now a good Gorse devastating. But I seem to be absolutely unable to even remotely get something that resembles an okay glove. I mean, like, let's be real. What is this? It's gonna be the next build. We are actually planning to revise the Army of the Dead build that you might have seen me do already. But we have some new things that we want to try out, especially on the amulet crafting side. If you remember, I can make all skill amulets, and an all skill amulet should be insane for that because it's like literally cheat code. Okay, no, I'm sorry. We're not doing Cataclysm for now. I mean, again, we are planning like this whole week is Diablo, okay, Chad? And the next week, I'm not live, but I will have a bunch of builds for you every single day. So next week, you won't see me live because I'm gone. I'm in Austria. But I will pretty much get you like a build a day, roughly. Maybe every second day or every day. I'm not entirely sure. But you'll get a tons of builds there as well, where you're going to be like able to see some cool things. And there's going to be like meta things. There's going to be obscure stuff. It's going to be a fun week, you know? What are you farming? Gores. It shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be that problematic to get a Gores. I mean, also, we're just farming Belial, so if I could get invaded by Belial, please, Father, invade me. I have sinned. What stats? Anything that's not shit. I mean, look at my Gores right now. My Gores have, like, damage over time, all damage, strength, and whirlwind. And I'm just trying to get one that has 3 to whirlwind, and that's not ass. Okay? I'm like, literally, give me a crit damage and a vuln damage or something like that, right? See, like, this has vuln damage and whirlwind, but it's 2 ranks to whirlwind again. Where's your problem? Why can you not give me more than 2 ranks to whirlwind? Are you handicapped? Are you okay? Do you need... Should I call an exorcist? Something. Because you clearly suck ass.
Oh, it is a waitress, isn't it?
When you just cube it to mythic? I don't have the Pandemonium fragments. It's making fun of me, chat. I don't have Pandemonium fragments. Moderators. Put them off. Gonna bring up my fragments again. That's a ring with crit damage multiplier. I like that. Crit damage multiplier rings are my favorite rings. They're like the most fun to craft from. Here's a challenge. If you can make Spiritborn physical damage, focus with Gorilla Tree as your focus. Hint, there's a glove that benefits the Gorilla Ultimate Exiler. There's a Gorilla build. There was a Payback build as well. But to be honest, you can make a lot of things work. But that doesn't mean that they're going to be fun. Right? Like, there's a lot of things I can make work. But work is not really fun. Right? Killed the season 14 boss 14 times today without a mythic drop. Honestly, I am averaging a unique every 3rd kill. Again. On the season 14 boss. I mean, today we killed him 6 times and we didn't get a single, but I also got 3 uniques in 2 chests. So, mythics, sorry, in 2 chests. So, I get with that what you want, right? Yeah, you kill once again for mythics, exactly. I get like double drop from a chest. So, I have no ground to stand on. I have no reason to complain. Okay, see, this one has at least crit chance, ladies and gentlemen, okay? The first one, this has crit damage. Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, after all this time. Oh my God, Mom, get the camera. It's happening. Yeah, I know. Can't believe it myself. It's happening. Get the children, honey. Finally. Have you gotten invaded by Belial? The second chest cannot spawn Belial. It's physically impossible for the second chest to spawn Belial. Just in case you didn't know that. Only the first chest can spawn Belial. Okay, we're gonna masterwork before tempering. Why that? Because if you masterwork before tempering, you have a higher chance to hit the critical strike. Then we're going to temper on crit. Nice. Then we're going to... That's it, right? Then we're going to... That's it. We're not going to do anything. I mean, I could try to get the unique power closer to 19, I guess. 89%. Yeah, and then we're going to transfigure this shit and see what comes out of it. Oh, wait. Oh, my goodness, that was close. I wanted to re-roll this stat. Oh, God. The pain. Imagine we would have kept the... imagine we would have kept the fortify. Oh, God. That was clutch. Goodness Christ. Very close. Dodge the bullet there, Chad. Dodge the bullet there. Whew. Wow. Okay, you know what? No, that physical needs to be vulnerable. Why vulnerable? Because it has strength on it. So, let's reroll until we see vulnerable damage. Bro, listen. I know you can roll vulnerable damage. Don't you toy with my feelings. I have 1.7 billion gold. Don't challenge me. I'm actually gonna run out of fragments before I run out of gold. Like, don't you fucking fight with me. I can do this all day long. Oh, you little shit. I'm not going to take that low vulnerable damage. Oh, no. We're not. It's not on my watch, John. Okay, yeah. 30. 30 is fine.
It has been a pleasure.
Okay, transfigure. And now we're going to replace the vulnerable damage through all stats or something. We got maximum life. Ooh, baby. Okay, we can transfigure another time though, chat. And now we're gonna be greedy and just transfigure another time. And we got indestructible. You know what? That's fine. I'll you know, it's okay. Everything is fine. There's nothing is bad. This is okay. This is okay. I want you to all know that this is okay. Okay. This is fine. To take our amulet and actually replace the cooldown reduction through maximum life. I never had that double transfigure. It's very, very, very rare. And in 9 out of 10 cases, it's sad. However, if you look actually in the leaderboard and why you do not really want to care ever about the leaderboard. I have seen, what was it? He got item quality and then another transfigure and another transfigure. So it was like, I think I've seen like 7 stats on an item or so. I don't know where it was. Again, he got like physical damage, 25% bonus from a transfigure. Like you often see these guys, they get like double, you know, on their best weapons. And you're just trying to compete with that somehow. Okay, now with the changes to our gloves, let's see that 120 we did in 3 minutes. 30 seconds, 3 minutes, 40 seconds, kind of, right? We're instantly at the trillions of damage, Chad. So we didn't do trillions before, and now there we go, low digit trillions. So literally getting a good pair of gloves was the difference between doing 500 billion. I mean, we just have seen it in the last boss fight, right? Last boss fight was 500 billion. And now with a good pair of gloves, we're suddenly sitting at 500 trillion. 500 trillion, sorry. At 1.7 trillion max rolls here. That's just for the people when you say, like, you have almost as like the same gear as the person like 2 tiers ahead of you. How can you not get further ahead? Well, the answer is often simple, that you might be close to it, but the little differences make actually quite the difference often, right? Okay, one thing I notice is that due to the Rage of Harrogeth thing, our cooldown on the Berserker is not overlapping. So that's definitely something where I'd say the Rage of Harrogeth is better. It made that my Wrath of the Berserker is always upsy daisies. Right? Pretty much perma up. That's something we're going to say probably better. Gem strength is gone. Gem strength is still there, but it's down to 37%. Now, still useful to get 37% gem strength, especially if you then go for the flawless Horadric jewel shenanigans, right? I've not bothered to make a single one this season, and I will not bother to make a single one this season. When as much as I enjoy trying to get somewhat higher in the pit, I really don't enjoy farming until I have these gems. Because obviously the damage increase is there. I mean, it's 24 to 32%, so it's 6% more. And since Barbarian has 6 jewels available, that's 36% in total more that you could be getting in damage, which is not a little bit. I mean, 36 is almost like a 50%, right? Okay, we just got like a minute faster due to our gloves. I would say that feels good. Ladies and gentlemen, minute faster, right? Okay, this is like probably the worst position to ever fight anyone in. Sorry, had a moment there. Let's just let him bleed out. Minute faster. I got Jim's thanks on your mythic bloodless scream. Hacker man, hacker man, hacker man. So what can we improve here further? Our rings have no multipliers on the crit damage. So technically, yes. This one has a critical strike chance, but do I even need critical strike chance considering that we're sitting at 74%? This one has crit damage, fizz damage, cooldown, and all skills. I like the all skills. I mean, probably what I would do here on this one, I would move the one from all skills over to the... crit damage. As I said, I would move it to the crit damage. Crit damage. Oh my goodness. Thank you. This is probably what I would do here. Let's see. How would it go for... Will you make a paladin build? Yes, I will make a paladin build. I've been aiming for Zeal, but again, I'm not entirely sure how well Zeal will work. I know that Zeal is just a enthusiast build this season, so you're not playing Zeal because you're absolutely serious about pushing. But I still like Zeal, so I would rather mess around with that than with any... Oh, wow, I did not expect that damage. I mean, I know we're doing, like, quite decent, right? But I didn't expect him to, like, get shanked this hard right away. Damn, output. Output chat. Oh, cool. It's important that you're able to bring him, like, halfway down, right? In your first push, always. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm just ran in front of his face. Okay, so we have him, like, doubled down already in the first thingy. That's crazy. How do I progress like this without expansion? So, you don't. How do you progress like this without you don't. You just don't.
Are you not tired of lying to yourself? That this world, these people, can be saved?
Sorry.
Hope is an illusion.
Yeah, our cooldown is definitely... What percentage of cooldown would you need to get unlimited Wrath of the Berserker? It's not down to the cooldown, it's probably down to playing Rage of Harrogeth, so we gotta try playing that again. I mean, technically, you also don't need unlimited... Yeah, I mean, unlimited Wrath of the Berserker wouldn't hurt, I guess. Am I able to just circle him? Oh, shit. Touch the beam, instant death. So you would probably need around... I mean, like, with my 42% that I have here right now, and then the Tusk Helm of Yorid's activating... Actually, Tusk Helm is activated, I think, there already. I am kind of... I was sitting at, like, I think, like, 2 or 3 seconds were missing. That's it. It was, like, really close.
Are you not tired of world, these people
Wrath of the Zerka is definitely useful because the bonus damage you're getting is significant from it. So you kind of do want to have it,
fight so
right?
hard to reveal the truth, and yet you refuse to see it.
Just don't whirlwind into laser, sir. Instructions unclear. Whirlwind it into laser again. Oh, this is the bug. Okay, I finally witnessed the bug. I've never witnessed it before. So it's when the camera locks on Mephi and not on you. Oh, that's so funny. Honestly, I don't know why people find this bad. This is like playing a, what is it called again? It's like playing a, oh, how are these games called again? Isometric, these isometric, there were, like, back in the days, we had like many of these top-down games where you were commanding like your troops and you were looking at them, and this is like how it kind of felt. I don't know, like, how do you call these games? Oh god, that kills me. You know, these RTS games where you move your soldiers and you have to invade bases and so on. That's like how it felt there. Bad Company? Was it Bad Company? I think Bad Company was one of them, right? No, I'm not talking about real-time strategy. I'm I'm talking about the ones where you, not these. Like the ones where you always had like commandos, exactly. Where you had like a few soldiers and you were commanding them around, right? And in the mission, and you had to like infiltrate certain points and then, you know, play through the story, that kind of stuff. Not like Command and Conquer. Now I know what an RDS is. I'm talking StarCraft. No. You're mixing up the game types. Like Desperados. Yes, for example, Desperados. That one is old. You're old. Respectfully. I have such a trouble not going in there. I have such a trouble. By the way, we made it up to 64,000 live chat. But I will admit that I don't like not having my Zerker up all the time. So now I need to think about what I want to do about that. I mean, maybe I can get my Wrath of the Zerker back, and then I'm just playing with, I am playing with the maximum life aspect gone. Pretty much roll my critical damage multiplier. I was born long before Pong. Yeah, you're ancient, Kim. The word you're looking for is ancient, my friend. Weathered. But ancient in a good way, obviously, you know? Okay, let's not get hit by the beam. Wow, look at me, Mom! I managed to not get hit by the beam. Crazy. This is funny how you can actually avoid the thingy-ma-boinky, the yoinky-majiggy. Wow, we just killed him. That was quick. That was bullshit. I don't even know how we killed him there. Okay, let's see how that one is, because technically Mephi here is annoying because of his hands, but you just have like such an evasion, like, due to being the barb. Okay, you know what the shitty part is? I can't hit him in the phase where he goes for the heads, right? Because he's now in the head phase. So I have to be like here. I am. Well, I can hit him from behind. From behind. Whoa! Back shots. Back shots. Back shots, chat. Got him there. Ah, flee. Only half. I think we have reached the point where I feel like tanky enough. I mean, could I be tankier? I can always be tankier. That is not the question. Okay, we win. Whee! Whee! You know, sometimes you forget that you can actually just run around without whirlwinding because you're just so used to whirlwinding, right? But you can just run around without it. Good fight. Shitty loot though. Right, imagine killing like Torment 12 Mephisto and just getting like not a single mythic or something. I'm sorry, I feel like Mephisto should be one mandatory mythic. Like, it doesn't matter like if you become strong enough to make him like an idiot, but if you kill a Torment 12 Mephisto, right? And that should happen. Oh, that's a max rolled Ramaladin. That's kind of cool. That's a crit damage multiplier. I need to keep you now. Do I? Attack speed on a ring. Great. Amazing. I mean, it was a lot of greater affix items, don't get me wrong. I'm happy about that, but still, kind of feels like, eh.
Back to it then.
Curse Reaper has better drops than the Mephisto? Yeah. You saw a guy one-shot him in all three phases? Yeah, I mean, if you're going for the version with Ramaladin's Magnum Opus, and then you play the... what's it called again? Jonky Maboinky. You play the... Melted Heart of Celic, so you get double the resource, and then you have like enough resource to do like get all the damage from this. I mean, because right now Ramaladin's Magnum Opus is giving me with what I got 263 times 0.65%, right? I'm getting 170% bonus damage. If I now was playing... if I was playing Melted Heart of Celic, it would instantly be 340%, so that's kind of nice, right? Yeah, like, Mephisto should deliver mandatory mythic. I mean, it says on him, has a chance to drop mythic seal and mythic unique items. The amount of mythics I've gotten from him in, let's say, 20 kills is maybe 2. And it's not, like, you can't even spam farm him, right? So I have 2 Cruxes of the False Prophet now. I don't see where... these are mythic Cruxes of the False Prophet. Where are my mythics? Okay, so let's try the Rage of Harrogeth again. Now that we made the amulet go over, where is my Rage of Harrogeth? Do I not have that anymore? No, it's here. I want to say, where is it? It's here. See, this one has resistance. This one doesn't have resistance. Right? It has poison resistance, which is actually reasonable, right?
Stones to cut, gems to set.
So we did a pit 120 in 3 minutes. Sub 3 minutes, actually. And see, now when I have the Berserking always up. Oh, that will feel.
Oh, curse this place. I'm being followed.
As you can already see here, the cooldown is almost overlapping, right? It's not much, but there was like 10 seconds overlap now instead of a 20 seconds, right? A big difference, actually. Now it's gone again, but like for barely... It's not even 10 seconds because you actually have the shouts to reduce that. So we almost have it like permanently active with a 40% cooldown reduction. And it does give us like some nice amount of bonus speed, to be honest. And it looks like we could almost do the 2-minute clear I was aiming for, huh? Ladies and gentlemen. Like I said I want a 2-minute clear on the pit, right? If we didn't die there now to that lightning damage because we don't have the damage reduction. Yes, almost there. Goodness, that is so much lightning damage. Lightning damage is just crazy in what it does to you. It's not even funny. Oh, they have reprisal as well. Yeah, no wonder. Okay, so that's lightning damage plus reprisal. There's no way I will actually kill that in any capacity. Right? Not with a barbarian, I'm sorry. Not with a barbarian that is running a amulet I'm running there. Come, Christ. That damage. See, this is where we're missing the 40% damage reduction, because right now we're playing 40% maximum life bonus to get up to 63,000. But we're missing the 40% damage reduction from Heavenly Strength. Do you think a Death Blow build is worth it? I haven't checked out any Death Blow builds in the recent time, so I couldn't feasibly tell you. Today they're going to hotfix the caches. Allegedly they're going to fix the hot caches today, because we haven't gotten an update on the Trader Discord yet. So yes, we are supposed to get that, but there have been no movements from Blizzard, no news, no updates, no blue post, no bonus, anything. So I wouldn't be, right now, I would be cautious about my excitement. Because there's a world where you get disappointed and the patch gets moved to Thursday for no reason but. Being moved to Thursday. And that would be horrible. Because honestly, like, that means that I'm still just sitting on all of my glints of hopes. This is like my biggest problem with this right now. I am sitting on a bunch of glints of hope that I cannot use because I know they're going to be useful down the line, right? I know they're going to be good. So, yikes. Have they fixed the 3 bugs? I don't think that the hotfix is going to fix any bugs, sir. I think the hotfix is literally just going to be, here is the keys now in the chests, and that's it. I do not expect a single thing to actually happen gameplay-wise. Just like, congratulations, messieurs as mesdames. There you go. Because most of the bug fixes, balance thingies, I think they're for the test server. Because we're in the 4th week of the season, chat. You know what that means? Usually around the 6-week mark into the season, we're getting the PTR. So actually in the near future, there should be the announcement of the PTR coming. And when I say near future, I would say next 3 weeks. So probably second week of August, we should be getting the PTR. I'd be surprised if that was actually taking longer. I also do really hope it's the second week of... I really do hope it's the second week because I have no time to mess around with Diablo further. Because I want to play Beast of Reincarnation. So please, Blizzard, just bow down to my demands. So with the damage reduction here right now, and the Rage of Parageth, it's kind of working, right? When again, we're sitting only at 51,000 life, and if I now had my... If I had my grandfather with maximum life, we would actually be sitting at 60,000 plus maximum life, so that would be great. And that's probably like also the final tick on how we could get tanky. Yep. Okay, so 3 minute. Clear. Reasonable. Let's get these glyphs up to 100. So we can see how fast we can go. Also, the Mythic Tribute drop rate buff. I thought, oh yeah, well, we need that. ASAP. The hotfix doesn't fix bugs. It brings some new bugs. I mean, new bugs are always great. New bugs are content. No? I mean, don't try to fix new bugs, Blizzard. Fix old bugs first. Right? At this point, just leave the new bugs in because, I mean, you haven't even fixed the old ones yet. So, like, fixing the new ones kind of doesn't make sense, right? I hope they disable the Umber Crew. Well, the problem is that the bug does not only need, like, seem to need the Umber Crew because there are two versions of the Rogue bug. One is supposedly using the Umber Crew, and then there seems to be a second version of the Rogue bug that actually does not use the Umber Crew. Because I've had reports from the creator Discord and my Rogue friends that both seem to confirm that. Now, I haven't tried to replicate the bug myself because I'm generally not interested in pushing Pit 150 with the Rogue. I just, like, you know, that's what I heard through the pipeline. But yes, I mean, like, I don't see a reason why they don't fix the Umber Crew because realistically, everyone is just playing the Umber Crew for that reason. The same kind of goes for the Spiritborn. The Spiritborn is currently having 600% bonus damage from a rune bug, but also from a rune bug from a rune that no one would be using if the rune wasn't bugged. So why not just disable it because the rune is bugged? And everyone is just using it because it's bugged, but no one is using it because the rune is good. Because they're just being used because of the bug, right? In this case, like, I understand not disabling something if everyone is using it and it would just feel shitty, right? If it's like a legit thing, like if we disable this, a certain build would just basically not work anymore because it's like an integral part of the build. But since it's just for bug purpose in the build, right? The build would function without, it would just be vastly weaker, obviously, right? Just in there to bug. Okay, chat, almost a 2-minute clear. I am very proud of us, ladies and gentlemen. I think if we get our glyphs upgraded, then I could do a 2-minute clear of a Pit 120. Yeah. Yeah. Oh god, he has reprisal, chat. He has reprisal. Leave me alone. So I wonder, what do you think? Should I move one cooldown reduction to the... Should I remove one cooldown reduction masterwork? So we get more cooldown reduction? In your opinion? I mean, we're just so close to good cooldown reduction, so I could just move here. This one... I mean, this one I need to roll, actually, because the cooldown reduction on this one is actually a low roll. So you'd have to roll that one. I could move the crit damage multiplier here to the cooldown reduction, which is like 4% more. And then we're almost there, I guess.
To break another's work.
Now, what I wonder is, since I am not playing the Melted Heart of Selig, is resource on my charms even worth it? Okay. So I'm getting per point of resource 0.65% more damage. Yay, that's good. Not bad. However, if I would get 3 ranks to martial skills, that's going to be like, what, 40% bonus damage. So realistically, if I'm not playing the Melted Heart of Selig, then I'm probably better off martial, right? Let's actually try that before we go for more. What build you're running now? Oh, this is a barb that does bleed. With the aspect of Berserk ripping. We still have to decide which aspect we actually put on our amulet, though. Because right now we get Heavy Hitter that says your skills that create Iron Shrapnel, Earthquakes, or Dust Devils deal more damage. We get Fortified more damage. We get deal increased damage with Barium. And we kind of like always have these up. Okay, so you've been... Like, we got Martial and Martial. So we pretty much have 2 only with Martial. That means we could get a few more with Martial. I mean, it's martial or core, right? Can you even roll core as a barbarian? Because I've never seen core. I've seen combat, right? Oh, that's the maximum life on the lore. Overall stats. It's actually nifty for what we're doing. I mean, 10% more max life is not a bad thing. Martial skills on a Beru. But my Beru already has martial skills. Scam. Scamadoodle Rex. Martial increases Dust Devil damage. Why does Martial increase Dust Devil damage, but not Core? There's another lore. I seem to be getting lores like there's no tomorrow, right? Actually, we're unstoppable, so potion healing is better than impairment reduction. I think about it. That's maximum life on a Linta. Really, we can kind of like keep that Linta because it's pretty nifty. I wasn't looking to roll everything away, but I want those martial ranks. What stats are you looking for the barbarian build? On which item? For nice, look at that shot. And suddenly we should be doing even more damage. Let's see. Generally speaking, so we were looking for max life and strength, because strength equals to armor. All my strength is pretty much just armor here, 2,400 strength. Then Fury Generation on 2 pieces at least, because without enough Fury Generation, you're not just going to be able to go out there and do things, right? Which is an actual real problem. I mean, with my Mythic Ramaladins, I should technically, like, instantly go for the Melted Heart of Selig. But again, I just really don't want to, but I should. Because I have a Mythic Ramaladins, right? Which is the maximum multiplier for your Selig. But I really just don't see it. Come on, pit 120 in 2 minutes. Yeah, we're definitely ripping more damage now, Chad. So those martial skills, they are going bonkers. But again, why does martial buff Dust Devils now? And core skill doesn't. What am I missing there? I'm willing to play dumb. Or be dumb. in this case. I'm willing to pretend I'm an idiot. Okay, Chad, almost like a 60-second clear, actually. 90-second clear, damn. But this is obviously like a really good monster type because these rat kings are pooping out mini rats, and then you kill the mini rats and you get the upgrade, right? Okay, come on, like, kill it. Under 2 minutes. Under 2 minutes. Do it. Do it for the kids. Oh God, 5 more seconds. Faster. Our resource is not properly restoring. Okay, yeah. It's fine. Got it. Nice sewer. I like it. Almost there. Mr. Slappy, happy builds. Thank you for the 4 months of support. Arkin also, thank you for the subscription. Action Paction, good to see you there too. I would like to move the tempering, the masterwork, over to the Fury here as well. That I have like 2 times Fury. Also, I will have to look for the greater affix to Fury on that one instead of the... I just feel like I just need like a little bit more Fury, right? Just a tad more. By the way, chat, what charm are you playing on your barb? I mean, I'm playing the Blood Mad Idol. Because I like that I'm always berserking and I don't have to like look out for anything else. Even though it makes me a bit squishier, but I'm fine with that. You want lucky hit resource on your amulet. Yeah, I can't do that on my amulet. I could do it on one of the rings, because if I do it on an amulet, like it would steal my max life away. But I could see the temper. I mean, you could technically also run it on a weapon. So instead of running it as a temper, I would probably run it on one of my weapons. Lucky a chance to just do resource, because you could easily do that, right? There's like just get rid of 1 weapon damage or one like whatsoever, 1 strength, and then you instantly have that. Oh, you run it on a one-handed weapon too? Oh, I see, sir. I see. You get it everywhere. God damn it. It's better than me, Chad. He has me on every front. But yeah, I would probably, like, if I had to change it right now, I would probably put it on a weapon. Backtracking is insane on that one. Even with backtracking and a rather unfortunate one, we're good. Oh, Vidbar, no offense. Don't worry. What's good? Everything, sir. We're gonna finish our barb today, or at least like we're gonna finish the barb like 1.0 pretty much. Then we're actually gonna work on a necromancer because I have a few ideas how we could do something rather insane with our Army of the Dead Necro. You might have seen that build already. It was super fun. It's like you press a button and you do trillions of damage. I mean, obviously nothing compared to other builds, but that's not the point because Necro just has like... Necro get to enjoy the fun it has. That makes sense. You see now, like, we're fighting the boss and my Fury generation is still up. That's what I wanted to see. Oh god, he's like standing inside his shit there. Most annoying boss in existence when it comes down to that. Okay, we're like so close to the 2-minute clear, chat. He dies. This is no immortal build of Valerian. No, I don't like playing with the Melted Heart of Selig. So I risk death for not playing the Melted Heart of Selig. Now, again, we could just swap out the Blood Mad Idol. Okay, so let's be real here for a second. Okay, that pit just killed me, even though it's not touching me anymore. So we can remove the Blood Mad Idol, and we could play something else for damage, potentially, and just deal less if we wanted to. But for that, I would already need a very good argument, you know? to even remotely think about doing that. I wonder if we want to get rid of the resolve and just take the maximum life stacks, Chad, on our thingies. A lot of things. I mean, technically, you could just increase the duration of Wrath of the Berserker to actually overlap it better. If you don't have the cooldown reduction. Just a thought. Just say goodbye to 4 overpower stacks for 60 additive damage. It's not that much, to be honest. The resolve is forever. Yeah, I can see that, where the resolve can be more useful at times. I can accept that argument, my friend. Why you would want the resolve over. The fun part is, even with all of these Paragon points put in, right, and mostly into defensive stuff, I could easily need another 50 Paragon points to just get more damage, because right now none of my runes is actually maxed out, right? None of these has, like, all the points put in around them. Like, they have some points put around them, right, to be just somewhat powerful, but there's so much more we can put in. Fist of Fate. Fist of Fate is actually surprisingly good because that 1 to 300% bonus damage at end of the day is like a 50% damage multiplier in total. So you're not actually that far off from what the Bloodmet Idol gives you. I mean, the only advantage that the Bloodmet Idol has is that you're just Berserking, right? I don't have to care about any kind of resource shenanigan. I am just Berserking. And that's good because I like to be just Berserking. We get Stalbreak as a charm. Stalbreak is very, very, very weaker than the Bloodmat. I've looked at Stalbreak. For some reason, people keep recommending that, but it's like just weaker, way weaker, not just some weaker, vastly weaker. Weaker with like an exclamation mark. Like weaker. Don't Pandemonium fragments drop in the Death Toll chamber? Nope, just the keys for the lady. Honestly, I'm very happy with our results here. Especially because we could get our sword with like more life easily. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. I like it. That was simple. Okay. So we got our bulwark. And we got our war cry. And 10. We now have to like upgrade all our glyphs to 110 at least, right? If you wanted to do the next pit tier, reasonable. Okay, let's do our pit 120. At tower 120. Just to see that we do that as well. Yeah, it costs 3 fury per second. That's what I'm saying. Like, sure, we could use anger management. That would also lose us then the 100% damage bonus from the Blood Mad Idol. As I said, I need a very, very good reason to let go of it. A very good one. We've been thinking already playing Overpower, right? Because you get the 4 Overpower stacks, and since we have 1 aspect free, we could get another Overpower stack, and then you could play the Banished Lord's Talisman, which gives you 7% more damage per Overpower stack. But at the end of the day, that's 7 times 7, so it's only 49% for these Overpower stacks. It's not even that much. It's not like, sure, you would get the additive damage bonus of 15 per, so yay. But still nothing to be like talking about, right? Nothing insane where you're like, yay. Not like some mental super bonus.
That you show your mettle. Keep going.
Okay, do I just destroy this now? I know this makes my whole struggle with the Necromancer feel like a bit sad. No, because when the Necromancer tries to do 120, I can do it, right? But I cannot just like zero effort just zoom through it and destroy. When you gotta consider that this character has farmed for 4 hours now, okay? Like I've put 4 hours into this character, not more. I mean, he has quite some good gear already, but he's far from having all the right greater affixes, right? I could get like obviously my rings with greater affix to crit damage and so on. So there's like so much growth that I can still go through. Oh goodness. These that throw out the lightning blips, they're my most dangerous enemies. They always get me. Which kind of two-handed weapon do you use? That doesn't matter. Okay, I'm not sure what kills me there. The kind of two-handed weapon is really irrelevant. We're just getting away from these dudes who are trying to lightning molest us. We're just gonna have our damage over time take care of this. Right? That's the advantage of being a bleed build, so I just have to zip past them for trillions of damage and they'll just succumb to my damage over time. Don't actually have to care. Giant sword. I think I've been wielding a sword, but honestly, again, it doesn't matter what you put on. Whatever you get is good. But the problem is that the Blood Mad Idol makes you take damage as burning damage, right? And if you're then running into an elite that has a very insane thingy going on that hurts like tons, right? So if you run into an elite that puts down one of these ground pound effects that does like way too much damage, then suddenly your whole damage is going to turn into this damage over time, right? Where all your life just vanishes away. This is, by the way, for you, like, why are we taking so much damage in no time? It's exactly that, right? Take damage is burning damage, and if we then put down like something really upsetting that is completely overtuned, well, guess what happens? You're just getting completely overtuned. Okay, that's cool. 5-minute clear, so we can definitely go higher. If I didn't die as well, higher, right? So it'd have to be pit 126. I guess if I farm all my glyphs up now with a pit 125 to 120, then we should be able to get that done. Right? Probably. So how easy is a 125 now? Because we did like the 120 in under 2 minutes, roughly. What can I expect from a 125? How hard could this possibly be? I mean, obviously not harder, but like how tedious. Like when you're playing the pit, it's not a question of hardness. It's a question of how much tedium can you endure, ladies and gentlemen, before it becomes too much. Find out in the next episode of how slow can it get? This is why I really can't emphasize with like high-end pit grinders, because, you know, that's probably the least interesting activity of the game. Grandfather's Abyss. I mean, Grandfather for this build is not a must, but you really, really want to have it because it's just an insane booster. See, some lightning damage weirdo again. Almost tearing me into pieces. Looks like a 5 minutes 125 so far. Unless the boss would be like super slowish. Alright. Unless the boss. Gonna be the slowest spot recovers. If I now run through this blip that they summoned up, right? It do so much damage to me, even by touching me one single time, with the damage over time burning from the Bloodmad Idol. It'd be like, what the fuck? And the crazy part is just the disparity between those elites, right? Some elites are absolutely going to trounce you in milliseconds. Like, no matter how tanky you are, right? You're running into some of these and they're going to be like, what the fuck did just happen to me? I don't have my stone with me. When did I lose it? Oops. I'm wondering, like, where my blips, where my progression blips, right? I seem to have lost my glove. Gorse don't want to drop with a vulnerable damage multiplier, sir. I mean, I took so long to get a decent Gorse now. And it's still not great. It's just decent is the job. It was boring as fuck. Well, sir, this is pit pushing, which is the most boring activity in Diablo 4. But it's also the only activity to actually kind of test if your build is doing well or not, right? Something is like doing poison damage there. On top of the boss actually doing poison damage, right? Boss, please come in my direction. Look, chat, he touched me one time with this poison damage and it just did me in. Okay, so that lightning from the dude here, I cannot fight. Not with the damage over time that the boss is doing me. Right? Thank you, Mr. Boss, for teleporting. Oh, he's hunting me. Chad, he's hunting me. The actual dude with this lightning damage. He's just has no mercy. I repeat, he has no mercy. The good thing is, or the good news are, we are getting our resource back quite handily when we're nowadays going for all the resource that we have. That's good. The bad news is that the poison dude here and the lightning dude together are too much for my... Mad Idol. Don't appreciate the slightest. Know why Army of the Dead is doing less damage to pinnacle bosses? Normally it's melting everything like 500 to a trillion, and Mephisto gets low 2-digit billions, so with good crits almost 200 billion. I can't tell you, but I've noticed the same at times where my damage seems like slashed in a fraction versus Belial. So I have definitely noticed it as well, but it doesn't seem consistent. It just happens every odd now and then. So I couldn't realistically tell you what's actually going on there, but I can tell you that something is going on there, some weird thing, but I wouldn't even know what it is. Yeah, this one is like a very horrible Pit 125 experience. I mean, damage-wise, we can obviously do it, but defense-wise, you know, might be a combination of this poison dude with the other, but I guess we'll have to, once in a while now, test a different charm than Bloodmad Idol. Okay, chat? I'll accept that we have to test a different charm than Bloodmad Idol to see how our defense would hold up with that. Because obviously it makes a huge difference. But I mean, like, you know how it is. I wouldn't want to give you a build guide onto anything when it just doesn't feel right. And I could cope with a Bloodmad Idol thingy because I'm stubborn enough to cope with it. But that's not the point of making decent builds. You know? I would be okay to cope with it. Not how it works. Look at this. This is a 125 on our 4-hour-old character. Which is okay-ish. But obviously we need to boost damage further. Survival further. The good thing is that we're at least at levels where we more or less always have our Berserker up. That's important. Because if I now run around, right? So I run around and then I do one here, one of these, then I have enough resource generation, right? But if I want to have enough resource generation, I need my Berserker. Gives me like that bonus 30% on the tip top of what we're anyways doing. Finally have bonus. Stone spawns, but no altar to upgrade your thingies. Ah, that's overrated, brother. Getting an altar to upgrade your thingies is like so like last season. Right? Preposterous that you would even expect to get an altar at the end of the pit. Like, seriously. Right? Okay, let's get this done. There was definitely a fight in futility here. Forgotten. Forget the ice pit boss. Do you mean the what's it called again? The Succubus ice pit boss? That one that just randomly dashes forward and then just does it. Like, no boss is as annoying as her, because all the other bosses you can just lay into and she just teleports around and tries to hit you and everything. I mean, literally, if you're trying to push a pit level, if you're trying to like do something meaningful, you're just gonna have to avoid that one, because that one is completely useless. That took way too long, but at least it was done after all. So what we're saying is Bloodmad Idol out, but what in instead? You seem kind of squishy. No, I'm not. I'm just missing 8,000 life. And it's actually like, it's not 8,000, it's like 10,000 life. So we're currently sitting at, if I repair my gear, we're sitting at a 51,000 life. And if I would have my grandfather instead of critical strike damage multiplier with life, so realistically, this is how it should look. As a max roll to 5 and a 5, and then it gets multiplied up, right? And we're suddenly sitting at way nicer values. Which just makes you more undying. 20 life. Are you selling? No, I don't want selling. Thank you. That's literally useless advice. So often. Nothing wrong with playing Sally. Again, this is just me not liking it. This is like a 120 compared to what we just did there, just as an FY. But obviously, since we're now missing a 63% crit damage multiplier, we're doing less damage. And I feel it's noticeable. I feel it. But the more life is useful. So that's also something that I cannot, you know, deny. That's why I would have to now re-roll a grandfather with max life and also with the crit damage. Because my grandfather is far from being, like, optimal. But it's obviously better than not having a grandpappy, right? So yeah, it's not the best grandfather, but it's at least a grandfather, right? What'd be worse? Not having your grandfather would be worse. You know, like these lightning dudes that killed me last dungeon just like instantly. This time I killed them. That was a lot of enemies. See, like, instead of our 2-minute clear, we're now sitting at longer. But we're also safer. So, like, that fire explosion, by the way, now with the damage over time from the Bloodmet Idol, like, it's just punishing ×2 to walk into any kind of environmental damage, right? So if I manage to get hit by something, by the lightning from this dude here, for example, or whatsoever, then it's just punishing ×2 because you get hit by it, and then the burn of the Bloodmet Idol is just, oh lordy mag lord, it's just burning. Pants? Just pants that I crafted with aspect of Heavenly Strength. For playing this, you could technically go for T-Bolt's Will. That is resource generation bonus, but if you go for a T-Bolt's Will, getting a good one is going to be hard. I mean, first you need to get one, and then you need to get one with like resistance and fury and maximum life and strength. Like, what the fuck? I don't want that, right? Couldn't imagine using that. And this brings me to 56,000 life.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Faster! 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 Like, our resource is just like holding.
Are you not tired of lying to yourself?
Give me my cooldown, please. Give me my cooldown, please. Having that damage up is nice. Did he not laser beam? Now we get him down. I think this is gonna buck out. We hurt him like a little bit too much, too fast. That damage over time there is so nasty because it actually breaks him. You know, in this phase, you can usually not kill him, right? But due to the damage over time, you actually break him. Very useful. Oh, come on now. Any updates on the massive patch we're getting today? Which massive patch? There's no massive patch. If you think there's a massive patch coming, you get lied to. I mean, seriously, we have zero info. I mean, I hope we get some info soon so we can talk about it. But, like, yeah. As soon as I have something, I'll post a video chat. Don't worry. As soon as I have anything, I'll get it to you ASAP. I feel like if I want to get rid of my Blood Mad item, I would have to get rid of maximum resource on my helmet. 4 fury per second. What do you think, chat? That makes sense? But I would still not know what other charm to use. So before we just continue, let's think about it. Try 4+2, Vidvarg. That's what you said, right? Yeah. No, Vidvarg. I like your way of thinking. So Vidvarg had a suggestion because he wants to give me a kiss. And his suggestion was, what if, Pony, listen, we would do this and that. And I'm like, Vidvarg, shut your trap. You're correct. So we're going to take this one. We're going to put this on. We're going to put this out. Then we're going to use the martial skills. And we're going to have to roll another one until we get martial skills, right? Martial skills. I'm going to be happy with all stats. Okay. That was martial. Wait, martial. Okay, see, we have like all the martial skills and that. Then we have 2 pieces with it, which is more max life and more fury when hit, right? And we become colossal and we gain more damage. Then we would have to swap our aspect on the boots over to further to the anger management. But I feel like if I go for anger management, I would like to take my maximum resource and I would like to reroll that to Fury Generation. Cool. I didn't want to reroll that to Fury Generation anyways. Right? Because that is kind of like offsetting then what we're missing. Right? All the builds are landing on Mobilitics. Yes, sir. Don't worry. So this brings us now to 70,000 life. Right? And damage is kind of there as well. That was phase 1. He's going to die to the bleed while he's up there. Watch this, chat. He should bleed out before he comes down. Yeah, he did. Oh, good. I love it when that works. Ah, look at me, chat. I'm buggadoodled. Oh, I walked into it again. There's a camera bug if it dies. Oh, it doesn't matter, Merrick. The camera bug does not really bother me. I don't really know why it bothers so many people, but I really don't much care about that camera bug. It's been never to a detriment on my side.
Are you not tired of lying to yourself?
So yeah, we definitely notice how this makes us vastly more tanky, chat. Let's be real.
Be saved?
Now, what I wonder is, if I then play this,
Fight so hard to
I could technically remove maximum life from my amulet again to go for cooldown reduction on the Wrath of the Berserker. Right? I mean, seriously, that last swipe is not supposed to hit me. Mr. Gunnardale, Sliver of Time did not figure out the farm in the Nightmare Dungeon. It is something from the Chinese forums. I know you all like to play the credit police, but you're a bunch of dumb idiots for that. And I'll say it like this. I'm sorry. I mean, most of the things that get found out by Western creators is from the Chinese forums. You know, that's where the stuff is from. Also, the latest farm that everyone's been using is literally from last season. Okay? So please, Mr. Gunnardale, get a grip on reality. Playing credit police is very weird. And credit will be given when credit's due. Don't worry about that. But it's cute, though, that some people care so much. I need to just stop getting hit. I mean, I'm sorry for just walking into that. I just need to see phase 3 damage. Because I want to see, like, where that's going now. Or reroll crit back on your ground poppy. Yeah, we could roll the crit back on the ground poppy, but I feel like that's too much life loss. But I think from a damage standpoint, that would probably be our biggest gain. So in total, that should be then the strongest version. We actually would have to test that in a Pit 120 again to see how fast we can then do the Pit 120. What annoys me though is still that we are missing out on the we're missing out on the
To reveal the truth, and yet you refuse to see it.
on the perfect cooldown. It's like the only thing that bothers me here. Yeah, the damage is significantly higher, that's for sure. Hey, Pony. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I finally didn't get hit. Wait. Oh, come on. That should have never hit me. Okay, let's swap that back, though. This is going to be good. Are Mythic from this season going to be core loop? Yes, Mythic from this season are supposedly going for the core loop, as far as it seems, because they said that in season 15, you can roll now for guaranteed upgrades, where currently the upgrades are random, and then again in season 15, that's going to be, yeah, guaranteed.
Come back if you get thirsty.
So that's kind of like, I'm not sure what to think about that. Like, I wasn't expecting it to go core, but yeah, it is what it is. Okay, that's critical strike damage multiplier again. I wonder where I could weasel out another cooldown to... Yeah, and I could probably work with... Oh, wow, that was insane damage for that first phase. Damn. That crit damage back was crazy, Chad. That is crazy work. Oh my lord, why, like, I was so far away from him. I was really far away from him. No, we currently have Fury Generation on Helmet, and we actually need that, because otherwise I'm not regaining enough Fury. I mean, we could still go for Lucky Hit Chance Fury, probably on an item, but I kind of want to not rely on Lucky Hit Chance for Fury. I want it to be done without Lucky Hit Chance for Fury. Yeah, that one crit damage multiplier is doing, like, heavy lifting for days. I mean, look at that. We're just, like, without that critical strike damage multiplier, we couldn't just kill him there, but with it, like, you just instantly blast through his face. As I, like, see, we're having, like, we did so much damage that we're instantly in phase 2 now. I mean, like so much, like, he just has nothing left, right, HP-wise. He's already in the 3rd phase now, where he jumps in the middle. That's crazy work. See, like, that's it. Damn, chat, damn. That set bonus really did us a number there. Oh, that should have not killed us. That should have not killed us. Okay, now let's check the Pit 120. How much faster that is. Just to see. This just shows me I need a grandfather that doesn't have weapon damage, that does have life, and then we're good, right? And then we're happy. Okay, we did a 120 before. We did a 120 reasonably fast. I guess the only problem with the set is it does give us like 30% more life, right? But it doesn't actually give us damage reduction, right? It's just more maximum life, which obviously works with our barrier, but it's just not more damage reduction. Oh, this is like a terrible, terrible iteration of a nightmare dungeon. Executioner. We love it when that happens. Joking, we don't. Absolutely don't. Background noise is very loud. No, it's just Barbarian being Barbarian. Wonder if you could play Starless Skies because you're not playing Selig. If we had a good Starless Skies with good rolls, potentially. But honestly, like, it's a 50% damage multiplier with resource cost reduction, sure. But don't really see where it does so much, right? Where can I find your builds? The builds are being posted on Mibalytics, and each build is getting their own YouTube video. So for this one, you'll have to wait for in 2 days, probably. But as soon as I get the planner done, I'm going to actually post it below this live stream. So to finish the planner and then put it in there. Yeah, like right now, you notice we get the life, but if we had that life, like it's literally that. We do more damage, yes, if we have the grandfather without maximum life, but if we have the grandfather with maximum life and the crit, that's just literally what we need right now. That's the final upgrade that would make us then feel tanky. Okay, that feels good. Why Starless Skies? Because Starless Skies would reduce the cost of my Whirlwind. Okay, we're gonna go back to the... Again, just wasting... I mean, we could technically do a split and just go for strength instead of maximum life. To just get some defense. So, like, because with this, we are now in the 120. Using them for billions, it's actually trillions. So if you see a B, like a dot B, that's a trillion, not a billion. You also do need set trillions or bust.
Oh, curse this place. I'm being fucked.
No billions. Much cry. Now, there's a tangible difference here now with the... So like this, we're sitting at 73,000 live. That's great. But this is definitely better than the version with the Blood Mat Idol. Even though I personally prefer the Blood Mat Idol just for the case of playing it. But I can see this. The problem is it requires the mythic set. Right? That's a bit of a bummer. But you could always play the build in somewhat weaker, so I guess it's to be considered. Very nice. Very nice. Now, I kind of want to farm like more items to actually make this stronger, but I'm already happy with what we have so far. Roll around. Whee. Like, I'm intentionally just staying here in the fire explosion because I wanted to see how much damage it does. Right? Didn't kill me. Also, staying in this fire now does not kill me. ASAP. Even standing in the poison does not. Like, all of this would have killed me before, right here. Like, doing this, instant death with the Blood Mat Idol. So, I guess, like, 70,000 HP is somewhere, like, the... Where it becomes... a thing, right? I can see that. So, plus not burning yourself. Yeah, the plus not burning yourself is probably the big part. I mean, if we had a greater affix to maximum life on this one, that would be a big difference. If we had, like, max life on the Ramladins, that would probably be a difference. Max life here is the difference. Greater affix to max life on my boots. I mean, if, like, realistically, if I get a few more greater affixes to max life on items, right, I could also move stuff around because these have, like, low rolls to max life, so I could move things around. We should also, like, realistically, like, I was going for the max resource here, but in all honesty, screw that. It's probably better if we move the greater affix now here to the max life as well, because that, again, boosts us further. And each move in max life somewhere allows us then to potentially move it away from the grandfather, right? This is obviously sad because the Ramladins gives us less damage because we, like, just now lost 60 resource. But I guess it's fine. Yeah, so that's fine. 22k is too low HP, isn't it? Yeah, very much. Because even if you have 22,000 HP, if you don't have enough, like damage reduction can only reduce to a certain amount, and then your maximum life needs to soak up the rest of the hit. So if you just don't have, like, if you have a lot of damage reduction, but you're not somewhere of the life, then yeah. So Necromance, we did the full minion build in case you missed it, just the past days, and it was super, super strong. But today we didn't actually want to do the full minion build. We wanted to go to our old Army of the Dead gear. Take this one. We get our Lord Zur, which is insane. And I need a Harlequin crest. None of this is a Harlequin crest, which is really sad. Let's keep this one. So that's how you just throw 300 million away. And I have a Harlequin, so that's not the problem. What do we need? Harlequin crest? Let me show you. So the idea behind Harlequin crest is that your Army of the Dead cannot get many ranks. But every rank in Army of the Dead is like a substantial boost in what it does, right? That's why we have Vehement Brawler, because it's 2 ranks, so it's 306%, right? And with 3 more ranks, it's actually 330%. So if you now get like 6 more ranks in this, you're going up to 408%, which is actually a lot, realistically. Now, I just re-rolled the maximum life that I got on the first try. I'll never get maximum life again. I did not expect my first temper to be the maximum life roll, chat. I'll be honest with you. I really didn't expect that. So this is going to remove the amount of minions that we have. Okay. So that's somewhat good. The chest piece, we got our gloves. They're in crit. They're really good multiplier gloves, so I like them. Actually, Vehement did get better. And we needed to make a new amulet now, because obviously, in case you don't know this, but you can make
Step up to my anvil. Anyone asks, tell them it's from scope.
very fun amulets. Oh, 10% physical on top. Let's go. With all damage. We got maximum resource. How much crit chance do I have? I could remove the movement speed. Oh god, I have no Horadric cube materials because they're all on my other character. One moment. Army of the Dead deals physical? Yes, in its base version. In order to break past pit 120, you need tons of mythics. Vidvark. That's the biggest problem. Like, it really, in order to go past 120, if you don't have the Mythics, you're not getting further. It's crazy how many mythics like Necro needs to then like do reasonable things, while others don't even need anything remotely like that, and they can just go. Remove movement speed. Add offensive. That vulnerable damage is relatively low, but I can reroll the all damage into crit. 45%, please. Okay, I'm going to be happy. Simply because I just don't want to throw all the resources into this one right now. And we get all skill ranks, which actually gets my Army of the Dead up to rank 23. And that was never a question before to get it up that far. Because again, like you just don't get the ranks usually on this. That reminds me though, what do I need to transfigure onto the amulet? Oh, that's bad. Either unstoppable. Wait, hold on. My amulet never had. Hold on. I've been playing a terrible amulet the whole time. That's so weird. Oh, aspect is brush, yeah.
May you find your way back.
Problem is there's only one good one, and that would be a cursed touch. There's not like there's no other option. I mean, you could technically get the exploiters on it, but it's like you could get exploiters, but exploiters is just weak in comparison. Okay, a cursed touch. If I get exploiters, I'm just going to be happy because I don't want to be bothered more. So at least here, that's exploiters for 68. That means I can put a cursed touch on my boots. That's just weaker then, because if I put a cursed touch on my boots, it's just not the same. So what is this build now for the people that have never seen it before? This is Army of the Dead. Where you're going to sacrifice. Probably not sacrifice these. Your dudes for fun Army of the Dead nuking. Summon damage, summon damage. That was having Dominator. That was having all the intelligence nodes. Moment, you have surprisingly way more points than you actually need. Doesn't happen often. But happens occasionally. You don't even need all the points. Right? Very, very rarely that does happen. Oh, technically the mages, because the mages are damaging force. Amulet of Starbreak. Starbreak is not good. No. Something is not working as it should. Yeah. Something is not working as it should. Let's check. We haven't revisited the build in a while. You get that, you have that, you have the 300 damage bonus, yeah. You have this, there, then die. You're still consuming corpses, yes. You are still reviving, yes. And you are still more. Okay. It's like weird because sometimes Army of the Dead is not giving you the damage that you're looking for. Is Rogue a good class to play? Rogue is an amazing class to play right now. The damage should be vastly higher than it is right now. Partially to do with not getting the amount of souls that we should be getting. Partially down to not having the amount of minions that we should be having. Because you need these souls like really quick because that's like your pinnacle damage, right? But still reasonably less damage than I would be expecting right now. I'm confusion. What do you find better now? Warlock, APOC, or Blazing Scream? I still enjoy the Blazing Scream more, but the APOC Warlock is definitely better. Set bonus active. Well, that at least explains it, I guess. You know, that at least explains it. What was missing there? Having the wrong thingy on. And suddenly things make sense. Are you going to make a Clash build? No, not Clash. Clash is boring. Probably Zeal. But we'll have to see how far Zeal can go this season to really make it. So yeah, that was the sub bonus missing, which is only 450% bonus damage, chat. That's not important, right? Who likes to have 450% bonus damage? Completely unnecessary anyways. Still not the damage that we should be seeing. Has to do with Belial though, because Belial for some reason just tanks damage like there's no tomorrow. Exactly what one of our viewers mentioned earlier, that sometimes Army of the Dead does only a fraction of its damage against certain bosses. There's generally no explanation for that. And way too much fun with that, you meanie. But at least we had the tankiness department taken care of, ladies and gentlemen. But no, this is not the damage that I'd like to see. I mean, we're finally getting the sold, so that's step one. That's good. Get everything else working. But nope. The reason why you can't equip your Widow's Web, I couldn't tell you, sir. Don't even know why you want to play Widow's Web. It's usually not good. Defense is top tier. Okay. But still, that was not what we were expecting. Let's go back to see the actual damage. I got a mythic unique that dropped when I was Torment 1 or Torment 2 while I was leveling the minion build and I was using Army of the Dead with 2 or 3 pieces set. You could spam the ulti. Yes. But spamming the ulti is useless. So you have to understand that spamming Army of the Dead is terrible. Because you can only have one Army of the Dead active at a time. How are you getting souls back so quick? Oh, that's simple. My golem is consuming corpses. See, like, do you see that damage now instantly? Makes like no sense, but you're suddenly doing hundreds of billions. All right, where are those hundreds of billions against Belial? You can obviously go up to trillions. Not running Iron Golem. No, Iron Golem is useless for Army of the Dead. It doesn't do anything for it. So on Golem, you're running like the corpse consumption into use his skill because it just works passively to get you those souls. And I mean, since you need to get those souls as fast as possible, it's just that. Now, this is though still not what we're supposed to see. It's better, but it's not what we were anticipating. So sadly, that is not moving in circles that I would like it to move in. It's still decent, but we gotta wait for the update to the tax on Army of the Dead. That saddens me. I mean, the Barbarian is a success. This little experiment here was definitely a dud. Happens. Let me do a normal... I need to check this. How much damage were you doing when you hit Paragon 1, 2, 3, Ancient? Couldn't even tell you. It's been a while ago. Like, this is like the damage that you wanted to see. Because, like, for some reason, instantly against him, you're hitting harder than against Torment 12 Belial. Right? I really never figured that one out. Actually causing that. Still lower damage than there should be. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now we'll have to experiment more with that one. I mean, we get the Barbarian done, so that's happiness. That is ready to be put into video form. We also have the Summoner Necro done, so that is a good thing. So, like, after this is now a dud, we can move to the different one. Do you play Hoda Barb? No, we did Whirlwind Barb, but Bleed Whirlwind and Bleed Whirlwind without Melted Heart of Selig. Right? Because I don't like Melted Heart of Selig. Full summon. So this is the one that we've actually been playing. The full summon dude. It has also all the good items. Like generally we have a bunch of amazing items on this one. I'm really happy with this. But we still need this one in Mythic, obviously. Like he never properly swaps the charms. I get it with the ranks and the warrior. This is like only attack speed bonus, which we don't need. So just to have a comparison to the barbarian, right? So my barb doesn't have like has one mythic. Exactly. My barb has one mythic, correct? This is my necro who now has 2 mythics. Summon minions. We have our Azeroth charm on. Oh, the Respite and Dirt. That's bad. I'm gonna get out again to put on the Azeroth. Because actually Respite and Dirt is for boss fighting, right? Azeroth is for killing in dungeons. Sadly, Azeroth is bugged and doesn't work on minions correctly, 100%. Which is like really upsetty spaghetti, because if it would work perfectly, that would be great. So, which Azeroth, right? Also, by the way, if you didn't, play Azeroth yet, you should. Bark. Because it might not work against bosses, but it actually works here against enemies. As you can see, like the minions are freezing them, and then the whole slew of dudes just explodes into trillions of damage. So it's just incredibly useful. Right, they're all frozen, and then they take the damage, and then everything is. My favorite thing about this build. And obviously, the more you can pull together, the more enemies you can get together at the same time, the more potential damage you can deal. Right? Jump in, pull them together, have them frozen. But if you compare this now, obviously, to the barbarian, you're kind of like, what are we even doing here, Chad? No, what is Necro even doing, right? So this is like Necro pinnacle gameplay, pretty much. Like Pit 120 pulling things together and exploding them for trillions. Yeah. I mean, it's great in an isolated case scenario. If you look at it, it's like, yay. I mean, for someone who likes Necro, pretty good. But if you just look at it compared to the barbarian, you're like, what am I even doing with my time? You know? Why am I even trying? I just want to shoot myself to end it right here. Oh, I lost my Heart of Stone. When did I lose my Heart of Stone? I didn't really pay attention. It's like, you know, how the Necro works. It's good. I like it. But obviously it's not as strong as the others. I mean, the Barb in comparison is just silly boy. But we'll definitely have to play a bit more of the Barb tomorrow to like fine tune it further, because I'm again, like, I'm 90% happy with what we see on the Barb, but I feel like we could still lift it one further. Still though, we'll have to like see there's like 10 trillion hit. Very good. Oh, abuse. I mean, you don't play Necro because you're looking for easy mode, right? You play Necro because you're looking for the challenge of actually building a good class. Because it, like, what I like about Necro is that everything he does is reasonable damage, right? So, like, I have to put in the effort to become reasonable, strong, defensive, and that kind of stuff, right? And then you'll get also the output for what you put in. Now, that might feel sad for some, but for me, it's kind of like it's the actual realistic strength curve that a character has in Diablo 4, you know? Compared to, obviously, the silly strength curves that some of the other characters have in Diablo 4, right? So that's where I'm liking the Necromancer over the other classes, because it just makes sense, right? And then you're playing your Barbarian, and it's just like, get fucked. Necro isn't weak, just balance. Yeah, that's exactly the point. Necro is very balanced. More end. Alright, the thing is, like, this build can't even hurt Mephisto, right? So, like, I wanted to be able to kill Mephisto with the Necro. That was, like, that was a must, right? If you can't kill Mephisto, that's bad. But we can. Like, we gotta avoid to get hit, but we are actually tanky enough to take one blow from Mephi, right? And then you get your damage over time here. That kind of builds up nicely, while you can just stand on Narnia. So I can just stand back here, right? And that's it. It's me now fighting this. And just watching my dudes win. The only thing I gotta do is like, oh no, please don't hit me, Mephisto, right? That's it. And I'll win. It's not flashy, but it gets the job done. Alright, so like here, we got him down. I might actually die over to the damage over time while he's up there, because he gets so much damage over time now. Poor guy dead. Oh, we get the buck on the Necro. I've never had that buck on the Necro. That's interesting. That gives the only problem with the slow damage, right? Because you're doing not the bursty damage. Your damage is like there, but slower. You're gonna end up having to actually go through the phases, right? Is it worth it to lose CDR for 12 vuln and 12 crit? What, Arkin? On which item? I mean, CDR losing depends always on what do you need cooldown reduction for, right? I mean, if you can't keep the Cataclysm up, you're screwed. So, like, for the Cataclysm build, you need to keep Cataclysm up. So, if losing CDR still allows you to keep Cataclysm up, you're fine. But if not, then not, right? If you're annoyed by random one-shots, you could just play Endure in Faith. Endure in Faith keeps you from getting random one-shot. I mean, it will reduce your damage. Like, so I put Respite and Dirk out. I do 120% less damage, but I could play Endure in Faith and be good. That's just a general recommendation, right? That's what we have Endure in Faith for. When you would be damaged for at least 30% of your maximum life, blah, 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 right? You survive. Make the most out of it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that being said, we're done for today. So the Barbarian did work. The Summoner Necro is definitely going to get a video that explains everything about it and how Mythics will make it even stronger. I'm not sure what we're going to do tomorrow. It might be Zeal, because we're actually working on that Zeal Paladin for a while now. We do have another Warlock build that I want to do, and this is the Profane Sentinel I-Beam build. because I do actually have the mythics for it, and that's what makes me want to do it. We do want to do the bear basic skill storm build as well, so that is on the list too. But we'll have to see what the patch tonight brings. So shout out to you all for coming, watching, hopefully enjoying. I'll be back tomorrow for more. Until then, take care. Don't forget to watch the video on the farm. The farm is great. It's probably the best farm in Diablo 4 right now. It's absolutely unhinged how good it is. That's how I'm going to probably make another billion for tomorrow. So we'll see.